You fool! Warren is dead. HorrorBabble's Ghost Stories. The Phantom Coach by Amelia B. Edwards. The circumstances I am about to relate to you have truth to recommend them. They happened to myself, and my recollection of them is as vivid as if they had taken place only yesterday. 20 years, however, have gone by since that night. During those 20 years I have told the story to but one other person. I tell it now with a reluctance which I find it difficult to overcome. All I entreat, meanwhile, is that you will abstain from forcing your own conclusions upon me. I want nothing explained away. I desire no arguments. My mind on this subject is quite made up, and, having the testimony of my own senses to rely upon, I prefer to abide by it. Well, it was just 20 years ago, and within a day or two of the end of the grouse season. I had been out all day with my gun, and had had no sport to speak of. The wind was due east, the month December, the place a bleak wide moor in the far north of England, and I had lost my way. It was not a pleasant place in which to lose one's way, with the first feathery flakes of a coming snowstorm just fluttering down upon the heather, and the leaden evening closing in all around. I shaded my eyes with my hand, and staled anxiously into the gathering darkness, where the purple moorland melted into a range of low hills some 10 or 12 miles distant. Not the faintest smoke wreath, not the tiniest cultivated patch or fence or sheep track met my eyes in any direction. There was nothing for it but to walk on, and take my chance of finding what shelter I could by the way. So I shouldered my gun again, and pushed wearily forward, for I had been on foot since an hour after daybreak, and had eaten nothing since breakfast. Meanwhile the snow began to come down with ominous steadiness, and the wind fell. After this the cold became more intense, and the night came rapidly up. As for me, my prospects darkened with the darkening sky, and my heart grew heavy as I thought how my young wife was already watching for me through the window of our little inn parlour, and thought of all the suffering in store for her throughout this weary night. We had been married 4 months, and, having spent our autumn in the Highlands, were now lodging in a remote little village situated just on the verge of the great English moorlands. We were very much in love, and, of course, very happy. This morning, when we parted, she had implored me to return before dusk, and I had promised her that I would. What would I not have given to have kept my word? Even now, weary as I was, I felt that with a supper, an hour's rest, and a guide, I might still get back to her before midnight, if only guide and shelter could be found. And all this time the snow fell and the night thickened. I stopped and shouted every now and then, but my shout seemed only to make the silence deeper. Then a vague sense of uneasiness came upon me, and I began to remember stories of travellers who had walked on and on in the falling snow until, wearied out, they were fain to lie down and sleep their lives away. Would it be possible, I asked myself, to keep on thus through all the long dark night? Would there not come a time when my limbs must fail and my resolution give way? When I, too, must sleep the sleep of death? Death! I shuddered. How hard to die just now, when life lay all so bright before me. How hard for my darling, whose whole loving heart but that thought was not to be borne. To banish it, I shouted again, louder and longer, and then listened eagerly. Was my shout answered, or did I only fancy that I heard a far-off cry? I hallooed again, and again the echo followed. Then a wavering speck of light came suddenly out of the dark, shifting, disappearing, growing momentarily nearer and brighter. Running towards it at full speed, I found myself, to my great joy, face to face with an old man and a lantern. "Thank God!" was the exclamation that burst involuntarily from my lips. Blinking and frowning, he lifted his lantern and peered into my face. "What for?" growled he sulkily. "Well, for you. I began to fear I should be lost in the snow." Then, folks do get cast away hereabouts from time to time, and what's to hinder you from being cast away likewise, if the Lord's so minded?" "If the Lord is so minded that you and I shall be lost together, friend, we must submit," I replied. "But I don't mean to be lost without you. How far am I now from Dwelting?" "A good 20 mile, more or less." "And the nearest village?" "The nearest village is Wyke, and that's 12 mile t'other side." "Where do you live, then?" "Out yonder," said he, with a vague jerk of the lantern. "You're going home, I presume?" "Maybe I am." Then I'm going with you." The old man shook his head and rubbed his nose reflectively with the handle of the lantern. "It ain't at all use," growled he. "He won't let you in. Not he." "We'll see about that," I replied briskly. "Who is he?" "The master." "Who is the master?" "That's nought to you," was the unceremonious reply. "Well, well, you lead the way, and I'll engage that the master shall give me shelter and a supper tonight." You can try him," muttered my reluctant guide, and, still shaking his head, he hobbled, gnome-like, away through the falling snow. A large mass loomed up presently out of the darkness, and a huge dog rushed out, barking furiously. "Is this the house?" I asked. "Aye, it's the house. Down, Bay," and he fumbled in his pocket for the key. I drew up close behind him, prepared to lose no chance of entrance, and saw, in the little circle of light shed by the lantern, that the door was heavily studded with iron nails, like the door of a prison. In another minute he had turned the key, and I had pushed past him into the house. Once inside, I looked round with curiosity, and found myself in a great raftered hall, which served, apparently, a variety of uses. One end was piled to the roof with corn, like a barn. The other was stored with flour sacks, agricultural implements, casks, and all kinds of miscellaneous lumber, while from the beams overhead hung rows of hams, flitches, and bunches of dried herbs for winter use. In the centre of the floor stood some huge object gauntly dressed in a dingy wrapping cloth, and reaching halfway to the rafters. Lifting a corner of this cloth, I saw, to my surprise, a telescope of very considerable size, mounted on a rude movable platform, with 4 small wheels. The tube was made of painted wood, bound round with bands of metal rudely fashioned. The speculum, so far as I could estimate its size in the dim light, measured at least 15 inches in diameter. While I was yet examining the instrument, and asking myself whether it was not the work of some self-taught optician, a bell rang sharply. "That's for you," said my guide with a malicious grin. "Yonder's his room." He pointed to a low black door at the opposite side of the hall. I crossed over, rapped somewhat loudly, and went in without waiting for an invitation. A huge, white-haired old man rose from a table covered with books and papers, and confronted me sternly. "Who are you?" said he. "How came you here? What do you want?" "James Murray, barrister at law, on foot across the moor, meat, drink, and sleep." He bent his bushy brows into a portentous frown. "Mine is not a house of entertainment," he said haughtily. "Jacob, how dared you admit this stranger?" "I didn't admit him," grumbled the old man. "He followed me over the muir, and shouldered his way in before me. I'm no match for 6'2". "And pray, sir, by what right have you forced an entrance into my house?" "The same by which I should have clung to your boat if I were drowning. The right of self-preservation."
"Self-preservation?"
"There's an inch of snow on the ground already," I replied briefly, "and it would be deep enough to cover my body before daybreak." He strode to the window, pulled aside a heavy black curtain, and looked out.
"It is true," he said. "You can stay, if you choose, till morning. Jacob, serve the supper."
With this he waved me to a seat, resumed his own, and became at once absorbed in the studies from which I had disturbed him. I placed my gun in a corner, drew a chair to the hearth, and examined my quarters at leisure. Smaller and less incongruous in its arrangements than the hall, this room contained, nevertheless, much to awaken my curiosity. The floor was carpetless. The whitewashed walls were in parts scrawled over with strange diagrams, and in others covered with shelves crowded with philosophical instruments, the uses of many of which were unknown to me. On one side of the fireplace stood a bookcase filled with dingy folios. On the other, a small organ, fantastically decorated with painted carvings of medieval saints and devils. Through the half-open door of a cupboard at the further end of the room, I saw a long array of geological specimens, surgical preparations, crucibles, retorts, and jars of chemicals, while on the mantel-shelf beside me, amid a number of small objects, stood a model of the solar system, a small galvanic battery, and a microscope. Every chair had its burden. Every corner was heaped high with books. The very floor was littered over with maps, casts, papers, tracings, and learned lumber of all conceivable kinds. I stared about me with an amazement increased by every fresh object upon which my eyes chanced to rest. So strange a room I had never seen, yet seemed it stranger still to find such a room in a lone farmhouse amid those wild and solitary moors. Over and over again I looked from my host to his surroundings, and from his surroundings back to my host, asking myself who and what he could be. His head was singularly fine, but it was more the head of a poet than of a philosopher. Broad in the temples, prominent over the eyes, and clothed with a rough profusion of perfectly white hair, it had all the ideality and much of the ruggedness that characterizes the head of Louis von Beethoven. There were the same deep lines about the mouth, and the same stern furrows in the brow. There was the same concentration of expression. While I was yet observing him, the door opened, and Jacob brought in the supper. His master then closed his book, rose, and with more courtesy of manner than he had yet shown, invited me to the table. A dish of ham and eggs, a loaf of brown bread, and a bottle of admirable sherry were placed before me.
"I have but the homeliest farmhouse fare to offer you, sir," said my entertainer. "Your appetite, I trust, will make up for the deficiencies of our larder."
I had already fallen upon the viands, and now protested, with the enthusiasm of a starving sportsman, that I had never eaten anything so delicious. He bowed stiffly, and sat down to his own supper, which consisted, primitively, of a jug of milk and a basin of porridge. We ate in silence, and when we had done, Jacob removed the tray. I then drew my chair back to the fireside. My host, somewhat to my surprise, did the same, and turning abruptly towards me, said,
"Sir, I have lived here in strict retirement for 23 years. During that time, I have not seen as many strange faces, and I have not read a single newspaper. You are the first stranger who has crossed my threshold for more than 4 years. Will you favor me with a few words of information respecting that outer world from which I have parted company so long?"
"Pray interrogate me," I replied. "I am heartily at your service." He bent his head in acknowledgment, leaned forward, with his elbows resting on his knees and his chin supported in the palms of his hands, stared fixedly into the fire, and proceeded to question me. His inquiries related chiefly to scientific matters, with the later progress of which, as applied to the practical purposes of life, he was almost wholly unacquainted. No student of science myself, I replied as well as my slight information permitted, but the task was far from easy, and I was much relieved when, passing from interrogation to discussion, he began pouring forth his own conclusions upon the facts which I had been attempting to place before him. He talked, and I listened spellbound. He talked till I believe he almost forgot my presence, and only thought aloud. I had never heard anything like it then. I have never heard anything like it since. Familiar with all systems of all philosophies, subtle in analysis, bold in generalization, he poured forth his thoughts in an uninterrupted stream, and, still leaning forward in the same moody attitude, with his eyes fixed upon the fire, wandered from topic to topic, from speculation to speculation, like an inspired dreamer. From practical science to mental philosophy, from electricity in the wire to electricity in the nerve, from Watts to Mesmer, from Mesmer to Reichenbach, from Reichenbach to Swedenborg, Spinoza, Condillac, Descartes, Berkeley, Aristotle, Plato, and the Magi and mystics of the East were transitions which, however bewildering in their variety and scope, seemed easy and harmonious upon his lips as sequences in music. By and by, I forget now by what link of conjecture or illustration, he passed on to that field which lies beyond the boundary line of even conjectural philosophy, and reaches no man knows whither. He spoke of the soul and its aspirations, of the spirit and its powers, of second sight, of prophecy, of those phenomena which, under the names of ghosts, spectres, and supernatural appearances, have been denied by the skeptics and attested by the credulous of all ages.
"The world," he said, "grows hourly more and more sceptical of all that lies beyond its own narrow radius, and our men of science foster the fatal tendency. They condemn as fable all that resists experiment. They reject as false all that cannot be brought to the test of the laboratory or the dissecting room. Against what superstition have they waged so long and obstinate a war as against the belief in apparitions? And yet what superstition has maintained its hold upon the minds of men so long and so firmly? Show me any fact in physics, in history, in archaeology, which is supported by testimony so wide and so various, attested by all races of men in all ages and in all climates, by the soberest sages of antiquity, by the rudest savage of today, by the Christian, the pagan, the pantheist, the materialist. This phenomenon is treated as a nursery tale by the philosophers of our century. Circumstantial evidence weighs with them as a feather in the balance. The comparison of causes with effects, however valuable in physical sciences, put aside as worthless and unreliable. The evidence of competent witnesses, however conclusive in a court of justice, counts for nothing. He who pauses before he pronounces is condemned as a trifler. He who believes is a dreamer or a fool."
He spoke with bitterness, and, having said thus, relapsed for some minutes into silence. Presently he raised his head from his hands, and added, with an altered voice and manner, "I, sir, paused, investigated, believed, and was not ashamed to state my convictions to the world. I, too, was branded as a visionary, held up to ridicule by my contemporaries, and hooted from that field of science in which I had laboured with honour during all the best years of my life. These things happened just 23 years ago. Since then, I have lived as you see me living now, and the world has forgotten me, as I have forgotten the world. You have my history." "It is a very sad one," I murmured, scarcely knowing what to answer.
"It is a very common one," he replied. "I have only suffered for the truth, as many a better and wiser man has suffered before me."
He rose, as if desirous of ending the conversation, and went over to the window.
"It has ceased snowing,"
he observed, as he dropped the curtain and came back to the fireside. "Ceased!" I exclaimed, starting eagerly to my feet. Oh, if it were only possible. But no, it is hopeless. Even if I could find my way across the moor, I could not walk 20 miles tonight. Walk 20 miles tonight? Repeated my host. What are you thinking of? Of my wife, I replied impatiently. Of my young wife, who does not know that I have lost my way, and who is at this moment breaking her heart with suspense and terror. Where is she? At Dwelding, 20 miles away. At Dwelding, he echoed thoughtfully. Yes, the distance, it is true, is 20 miles. But are you so very anxious to save the next 6 or 8 hours? So very, very anxious, that I would give 10 guineas at this moment for a guide and a horse. Your wish can be gratified at a less costly rate, said he, smiling. The night mail from the north, which changes horses at Dwelding, passes within 5 miles of this spot, and will be due at a certain crossroad in about an hour and a quarter. If Jacob were to go with you across the moor and put you into the old coach road, you could find your way, I suppose, to where it joins the new one? Easily, gladly. He smiled again, rang the bell, gave the old servant his directions, and, taking a bottle of whisky and a wine-glass from the cupboard in which he kept his chemicals, said, The snow lies deep, and it will be difficult walking tonight on the moor. A glass of usquebaugh before you start? I would have declined the spirit, but he pressed it on me, and I drank it. It went down my throat like liquid flame, and almost took my breath away. It is strong, he said, but it will help to keep out the cold. And now you have no moments to spare. Good night. I thanked him for his hospitality, and would have shaken hands, but that he had turned away before I could finish my sentence. In another minute I had traversed the hall, Jacob had locked the outer door behind me, and we were out on the wide white moor. Although the wind had fallen, it was still bitterly cold. Not a star glimmered in the black vault overhead. Not a sound, save the rapid crunching of the snow beneath our feet, disturbed the heavy stillness of the night. Jacob, not too well pleased with his mission, shambled on before in sullen silence, his lantern in his hand, and his shadow at his feet. I followed, with my gun over my shoulder, as little inclined for conversation as himself. My thoughts were full of my late host. His voice yet rang in my ears, his eloquence yet held my imagination captive. I remember to this day, with surprise, how my overexcited brain retained whole sentences and parts of sentences, troops of brilliant images, and fragments of splendid reasoning, in the very words in which he had uttered them. Musing thus over what I had heard, and striving to recall a lost link here and there, I strode on at the heels of my guide, absorbed and unobservant. Presently, at the end, as it seemed to me, of only a few minutes, he came to a sudden halt, and said, Yon's your road. Keep the stone fence to your right hand, and you can't fail of the way. This, then, is the old coach road? Aye, 'tis the old coach road. And how far do I go before I reach the crossroads? Nigh upon 3 mile. I pulled up my purse, and he became more communicative. The road's a fur road enough, said he, for foot passengers, but 'twas over steep and narrow for the northern traffic. You'll mind where the parapet's broken away, close again the signpost. It's never been mended since the accident. What accident? The night mail pitched right over into the valley below, a good 50 feet and more, just at the worst bit of road in the whole country. Horrible! Were many lives lost? All. 4 were found dead, and t'other 2 died next morning. How long is it since this happened? Just 9 year. Near the signpost, you say? I will bear it in mind. Good night. Good night, sir, and thank ye. Jacob pocketed his half-crown, made a faint pretence of touching his hat, and trudged back by the way he had come. I watched the light of his lantern till it quite disappeared, and then turned to pursue my way alone. This was no longer matter of the slightest difficulty, for despite the dead darkness overhead, The line of stone fence showed distinctly enough against the pale gleam of the snow. How silent it seemed now, with only my footsteps to listen to. How silent and how solitary. A strange, disagreeable sense of loneliness stole over me. I walked faster. I hummed a fragment of a tune. I cast up enormous sums in my head, and accumulated them at compound interest. I did my best, in short, to forget the startling speculations to which I had but just been listening, and, to some extent, I succeeded. Meanwhile, the night air seemed to become colder and colder, and though I walked fast, I found it impossible to keep myself warm. My feet were like ice. I lost sensation in my hands, and grasped my gun mechanically. I even breathed with difficulty, as though, instead of traversing a quiet north country highway, I was scaling the uppermost heights of some gigantic Alp. This last symptom became presently so distressing that I was forced to stop for a few minutes and lean against the stone fence. As I did so, I chanced to look back up the road, and there, to my infinite relief, I saw a distant point of light, like the gleam of an approaching lantern. I had first concluded that Jacob had retraced his steps and followed me, but even as the conjecture presented itself, a second light flashed into sight, a light evidently parallel with the first, and approaching at the same rate of motion. It needed no second thought to show me that these must be the carriage lamps of some private vehicle, though it seemed strange that any private vehicle should take a road professedly disused and dangerous. There could be no doubt, however, of the fact, for the lamps grew larger and brighter every moment, and I even fancied I could already see the dark outline of the carriage between them. It was coming up very fast, and quite noiselessly, the snow being nearly a foot deep under the wheels. And now the body of the vehicle became distinctly visible behind the lamps. It looked strangely lofty. A sudden suspicion flashed upon me. Was it possible that I had passed the crossroads in the dark without observing the signpost? And could this be the very coach which I had come to meet? No need to ask myself that question a second time, for here it came round the bend of the road, guard and driver, one outside passenger, and 4 steaming greys, all wrapped in a soft haze of light, through which the lamps blazed out like a pair of fiery meteors. I jumped forward, waved my hat, and shouted. The mail came down at full speed and passed me. For a moment I feared that I had not been seen or heard, but it was only for a moment. The coachman pulled up. The guard, muffled to the eyes in capes and comforters, and apparently sound asleep in the rumble, neither answered my hail nor made the slightest effort to dismount. The outside passenger did not even turn his head. I opened the door for myself and looked in. There were but 3 travellers inside, so I stepped in, shut the door, slipped into the vacant corner, and congratulated myself on my good fortune. The atmosphere of the coach seemed, if possible, colder than that of the outer air, and was pervaded by a singularly damp and disagreeable smell. I looked round at my fellow passengers. They were all 3 men, and all silent. They did not seem to be asleep, but each leaned back in his corner of the vehicle, as if absorbed in his own reflections. I attempted to open a conversation. "How intensely cold it is tonight," I said, addressing my opposite neighbour. He lifted his head, looked at me, but made no reply. "The winter," I added, "seems to have begun in earnest." Although the corner in which he sat was so dim that I could distinguish none of his features very clearly, I saw that his eyes were still turned full upon me, and yet he answered never a word. At any other time I should have felt and perhaps expressed some annoyance, but at the moment I felt too ill to do either. The icy coldness of the night air had struck a chill to my very marrow, and the strange smell inside the coach was affecting me with an intolerable nausea. I shivered from head to foot, and, turning to my left-hand neighbour, asked if he had any objection to an open window. He neither spoke nor stirred. I repeated the question somewhat more loudly, but with the same result. Then I lost patience, and let the sash down. As I did so, the leather strap broke in my hand, and I observed that the glass was covered with a thick coat of mildew, the accumulation, apparently, of years. My attention being thus drawn to the condition of the coach, I examined it more narrowly, and saw by the uncertain light of the outer lamps that it was in the last stage of dilapidation. Every part of it was not only out of repair, but in a condition of decay. The sashes splintered at a touch. The leather fittings were crusted over with mould and literally rotting from the woodwork. The floor was almost breaking away beneath my feet. The whole machine, in short, was foul with damp, and had evidently been dragged from some outhouse, in which it had been mouldering away for years, to do another day or two of duty on the road. I turned to the third passenger, whom I had not yet addressed, and hazarded one more remark. "This coach," I said, "is in a deplorable condition. The regular mail, I suppose, is under repair?" He moved his head slowly, and looked me in the face, without speaking a word. I shall never forget that look while I live. I turned cold at heart under it. I turn cold at heart even now when I recall it. His eyes glowed with a fiery, unnatural lustre. His face was livid as the face of a corpse. His bloodless lips were drawn back, as if in the agony of death, and showed the gleaming teeth between. The words that I was about to utter died upon my lips, and a strange horror, a dreadful horror, came upon me. My sight had by this time become used to the gloom of the coach, and I could see with tolerable distinctness. I turned to my opposite neighbour. He, too, was looking at me, with the same startling pallor in his face, and the same stony glitter in his eyes. I passed my hand across my brow. I turned to the passenger on the seat beside my own, and saw— oh, heaven, how shall I describe what I saw? I saw that he was no living man, that none of them were living men, like myself. A pale phosphorescent light, the light of putrefaction, played upon their awful faces, upon their hair, dank with the dews of the grave, upon their clothes, earth-stained and dropping to pieces, upon their hands, which were as the hands of corpses long buried. Only their eyes, their terrible eyes, were living, and those eyes were all turned menacingly upon me. A shriek of terror, a wild, unintelligible cry for help and mercy, burst from my lips as I flung myself against the door and strove in vain to open it. In that single instant, brief and vivid as a landscape beheld in the flash of summer lightning, I saw the moon shining down through a rift of stormy cloud, the ghastly signpost rearing its warning finger by the wayside, the broken parapet, the plunging horses, the black gulf below. Then the coach reeled like a ship at sea. Then came a mighty crash, a sense of crushing pain, and then darkness. It seemed as if years had gone by when I awoke one morning from a deep sleep and found my wife watching by my bedside. I will pass over the scene that ensued and give you, in half a dozen words, the tale she told me with tears of thanksgiving. I had fallen over a precipice, close against the junction of the old coach road and the new, and had only been saved from certain death by lighting upon a deep snowdrift that had accumulated at the foot of the rock beneath. In this snowdrift I was discovered at daybreak by a couple of shepherds who carried me to the nearest shelter and brought a surgeon to my aid. The surgeon found me in a state of raving delirium, with a broken arm and a compound fracture of the skull. The letters in my pocket-book showed my name and address, My wife was summoned to nurse me, and, thanks to youth and a fine constitution, I came out of danger at last. The place of my fall, I need scarcely say, was precisely that at which a frightful accident had happened to the North Mail 9 years before. I never told my wife the fearful events which I have just related to you. I told the surgeon who attended me, but he treated the whole adventure as a mere dream born of the fever in my brain. We discussed the question over and over again, until we found that we could discuss it with temper no longer, and then we dropped it. Others may form what conclusions they please. I know that 20 years ago I was the 4th inside passenger in that phantom coach. Blind Man's Buff by H.R. Wakefield. Well, thank heavens that yokel seemed to know the place, said Mr. Court to himself. First to the right, second to the left, black gates. I hope the oafin Wendover who sent me 6 miles out of my way will freeze to death. It's not often like this in England, cold as the penny in a dead man's eye. He'd barely reached the place before dusk. He let the car out over the rasping, frozen roads. First to the right. Must be this. Second to the left. Must be this. And there were the black gates. He got out, swung them open, and drove cautiously up a narrow, twisting drive, his headlights peering suspiciously round the bends. Those hedges wanted clipping, he thought, and this lane would have to be remetalled, full of holes. Nasty drive up on a bad night. Would cost some money, though. The car began to climb steeply and swing to the right, and presently the high hedges ended abruptly, and Mr. Court pulled up in front of Lawn Manor. He got out of the car, rubbed his hands, stamped his feet, and looked about him. Lawn Manor was embedded halfway up a Chiltern spur, and, as the agent had observed, commanded extensive vistas. The place looked its age, Mr. Court decided, or rather ages, for the double Georgian brick chimneys warred with the Queen Anne left front. He could just make out the date, 1703, at the base of the nearest chimney. All that wing must have been added later. Big place, marvellous bargain at 7,000. Can't understand it. How those windows with their little curved eyebrows seemed to frown down on one. And then he turned and examined the vistas. The trees were tinted exquisitely to an uncertain glory as the great red sinking sun flashed its rays on their crystal mantle. The Vale of Aylesbury was drowsing beneath a slowly deepening shroud of mist. Above it the hills, their crests rounded and shaded by silver and rose coppices, seemed to have set in them great smoky eyes of flame, where the last rays burned in them. It is like some dream world, thought Mr. Court. It is curious how, wherever the sun strikes, it seems to make an eye, and each one fixed on me, those hills, even those windows. But judging from that mist, I shall have a slow journey home. I'd better have a quick look inside, though I have already taken a prejudice against the place. I hardly know why. Too lonely and isolated, perhaps. And then the eyes blinked and closed, and it was dark. He took a key from his pocket and went up 3 steps and thrust it into the keyhole of the massive oak door. The next moment he looked forward into absolute blackness, and the door swung to and closed behind him. This, of course, must be the palatial panelled hall which the agent described. He must strike a match and find the light switch. He fumbled in his pockets without success, and then he went through them again. He thought for a moment. I must have left them on the seat in the car, he decided. I'll go and fetch them. The door must be just behind me here. He turned and groped his way back, and then drew himself up sharply, for it had seemed that something had slipped past him. And then he put out his hands to touch the back of a chair, brocaded, he judged. He moved to the left of it and walked into a wall, changed his direction, went back past the chair, and found the wall again. He went back to the chair, sat down, and went through his pockets again, more thoroughly and carefully this time. Well, there was nothing to get fussed about. He was bound to find the door sooner or later. Now let him think. When he came in, he had gone straight back, because he'd stumbled into this chair. The door must be a little to the left or the right of it. He'd try each in turn. He turned to the left first, and found himself going down a little narrow passage. He could feel its sides when he stretched out his hands. Well then, he'd try his right. He did so, and walked into a wall. He groped his way along it, and again it seemed as if something slipped past him. I wonder if there's a bat in here, he asked himself, and then found himself back at the chair. How Rachel would laugh if she could see him now. Surely he had a stray match somewhere. He took off his overcoat and ran his hands round the seam of every pocket, and then he did the same to the coat of his suit, and then he put them on again. Well, he'd try again. He'd follow the wall along. He did so, and found himself in a little narrow passage. Suddenly he shot out his right hand, for he had the impression that something had brushed his face very lightly. I'm beginning to get a little bored with that bat, and with this blasted room generally, he said to himself. I could imagine a more nervous person than myself getting a little fussed and panicky, but that's the one thing not to do. Ah, here was that chair again. Now, I'll try the wall the other side. Well, that seemed to go on forever, so he retraced his steps till he found the chair, and sat down again. He whistled a little snatch, resignedly. What an echo! The little tune had been flung back at him so fiercely, almost menacingly. Menacingly. That was just the feeble, panicky word a nervous person would use. Well, he'd go to the left again this time. As he got up, a quick spurt of cold air fanned his face. Is anyone there? He said. He had purposely not raised his voice. There was no need to shout. Of course, no one answered. Who could there have been to answer, since the caretaker was away? Now let him think it out. When he came in, he must have gone straight forward and then swerved slightly on the way back. Therefore, no, he was getting confused. At that moment, he heard the whistle of a train and felt reassured. The line from Wendover to Aylesbury ran half left from the front door, so it should be about there. He pointed with his finger, got up, groped his way forward, and found himself in a little narrow passage. Well, he must turn back and go to the right this time. He did so, and something seemed to slip just past him, and then he scratched his finger slightly on the brocade of the chair. Talk about a maze, he thought to himself. It's nothing to this. And then he said to himself, under his breath, Curse this vile, God-forsaken place. A silly, panicky thing to do, he realized, almost as bad as shouting aloud. Well, it was obviously no use trying to find the door. He couldn't find it. Couldn't. He'd sit in the chair till the light came. He sat down. How very silent it was. His hands began searching in his pockets once more. Except for that sort of whispering sound over on the left somewhere. Except for that, it was absolutely silent. Except for that. What could it be? The caretaker was away. He turned his head slightly and listened intently. It was almost as if there were several people whispering together. One got curious sounds in old houses. How absurd it was. The chair couldn't be more than 3 or 4 yards from the door. There was no doubt about that. It must be slightly to one side or the other. He tried the left once more. He got up and something lightly brushed his face. "Is anyone there?" he said, and this time he knew he had shouted. "Who touched me? Who's whispering? Where's the door?" What a nervous fool he was to shout like that. Yet someone outside might have heard him. He went groping forward again and touched a wall. He followed along it, touching it with his fingertips, and there was an opening. The door it must be, and he found himself going down a little narrow passage. He turned and ran back, and then he remembered. He had put a match booklet in his note-case. What a fool to have forgotten it, and make such an exhibition of himself. Yes, there it was, but his hands were trembling, and the booklet slipped through his fingers. He fell to his knees and began searching about on the floor. It must be just here. It can't be far. And then something icy cold and damp was pressed against his forehead. He flung himself forward to seize it, but there was nothing there. And then he leapt to his feet, and with tears streaming down his face, cried, "Who is there? Save me! Save me!" And then he began to run round and round, his arms outstretched. At last he stumbled against something, the chair, and something touched him as it slipped past. And then he ran screaming round the room, and suddenly his scream slashed back at him, for he was in a little, narrow passage. "Now, Mr. Runt," said the coroner, "you say you heard screaming coming from the direction of the manor. Why didn't you go to find out what was the matter?" "None of us chaps goes to manor after sundown," said Mr. Runt. "Oh, I know there's some absurd superstition about the house, but you haven't answered the question. There were screams, obviously coming from someone who wanted help. Why didn't you go to see what was the matter, instead of running away?" "None of us chaps goes to manor after sundown," said Mr. Runt. "Don't fence with the question. Let me remind you that the doctor said Mr. Court must have had a seizure of some kind, but that had help been quickly forthcoming, his life might have been saved. Do you mean to tell me that, even if you had known this, you would still have acted in so cowardly a way?" Mr. Runt fixed his eyes on the ground and fingered his cap. "None of us chaps goes to manor after sundown," he repeated. The Third Coach by H.R. Wakefield. The only objection I have to the Royal Porrick Golf Club is that the 6th green is only separated by a narrow lane from the Royal Porrick Lunatic Asylum, or rather from its exercise enclosure, the saddest playground I have ever seen. So-called mad people fill me with dread, and yet a certain shamefaced fascination. There, but for the grace of God, goes Martin trapped, though why that grace stopped short of these poor lost souls is a curious mystery understood only by reverend gentlemen. So, whenever I was approaching the 6th green, a hole I played by some muscular aberration consistently well, I felt a flickering unease, hoping to heaven the inmates were locked in their cells. Yet if they were out at their pathetic exercises, I could not keep my eyes off them. There was one considerable compensation, however, in this proximity, for it was through it that I made the acquaintance of Lantern, one of the asylum doctors. I not only took a strong personal liking for him, but he interested me deeply. He is a distinguished alienist, and passionately absorbed in the study of insanity, and yet at the same time he detests his job. Many a time he has had to cancel around with me, and nearly always for the same reason, that he has been assaulted by a patient. Didn't get the hyoscine hydrobromide, or whatever it was, in quite quick enough, he will say, as he surveys me quizzingly, yet wearily, through a pair of rainbow eyes. And the asylum chairs are infernally hard. It took 4 of our strongest warders to keep him from creating a vacancy on the staff. As time went on, the strain began to tell, and he has lost his resiliency. But he has always remained a charming and, I felt, heroic person. He has promised to chuck it if he gets a definite danger signal, for he has the wrong temperament to resist the withering experiences of his day's work much longer. Those patients who are allowed out take their daily walk along a deserted by-road which runs parallel to the 3rd hole, and one day when I was playing with Lantern, that shuffling, damned parade was passing by just as I hit a quick, short hook into the hedge bordering the road. As I walked towards it, my eye was caught by an individual walking alone and writing busily in a notebook. He was dressed in a round, clerical hat, a dog collar, a clerical frock coat, a pair of riding breeches, and brown boots. As I approached, he looked up at me with an extremely penetrating, cunning, and yet preoccupied expression on his face, and then he went on with his writing. When we had finished the round, I described him to Lantern and asked who he was. "The Reverend Wellington Scott," he replied, "and a very curious case. If you would like to know more, come down to my study this evening. That's all about him now." When I arrived at the asylum, Lantern was just about to set out on his evening round. He went to a drawer and got out a notebook. "Read this while I'm away. I'll be back in about an hour. There are the drinks and the gold flakes." When he had gone, I picked up the notebook and saw that it was filled with a very delicate script. I began to read. I remember that the reason for my being in the Pantham district that day was that I was paying a visit to a widowed lady of means, whom I wished to interest in a benefit scheme. A benefit scheme is a scheme which benefits me. I was Mr. Robert Porter on this occasion. £10 richer than when I left it, I was approaching Pantham Station along a small road which topped the railway embankment. I noticed casually a train approaching. It was too early to be mine, when suddenly I saw sparks flashing up from it. It rocked violently, left the rails, and crashed into a bridge. I saw that the 3rd coach was smashed to matchwood, and bodies were hurled from it onto the side of the embankment. I started to run, not for assistance, as you might naturally but erroneously imagine, but to get the story through to the evening news, which might well result in my returning £20 to the Goode. Suddenly, I stopped in my tracks, for I subconsciously realized there had been something very peculiar about that accident. What was it? And then I knew. I had not heard a sound. I ran back to the top of the embankment, and there was merely a placid row of metals shining in the sun. Whereupon I sat down on the grass and thought things over. Like most superior men, I am somewhat superstitious. I was, therefore, convinced that there was some reason why I, alone of all mankind, should have been vouchsafed this vision. The only supernatural personage for whom I have any respect is the devil, for I believe he looks after his own, which is more than can be said for any of the more reputable deities. I regarded this singular apparition as a hint from him, and carefully recalled the hour of its occurrence in my notebook. I inquired casually at the station, and found there was no train passing Pantham at that time. The vision, then, probably referred to the future, to some new train not yet in Bradshaw. There were many conceivable ways by which I might benefit by a railway accident. The editor of Truth, for example, might be in that third coach, or various other personages whose demise would not be regretted by me. Pursuing this train of thought, I journeyed back to London. Now, I have described myself as a superior man. I had better explain that. A superior man is one who rises superior to his environment. All great moralists, from Mr. Pecksniff to the Bishop of London, would agree with me there. Again, a superior man is one who, by grasping some simple principle concerning humanity, and acting ingeniously upon that knowledge, makes a satisfactory livelihood. 95% of human beings are mugs, for example, which is the one I have acted upon. The Bishop and Mr. Pecksniff might shake their heads over this, but I am convinced it is true. My father followed a peculiar profession. He conveyed second-rate racehorses from one part of the globe to another. Sometimes he'd be conducting a brace of duds to Jamaica, or over to Ireland or France. He received frequent bites and hacks from his charges, but he expected them, and, I believe, was invariably kind to these glorified screws. Consequently, he was away a great deal, but, as this traffic was sporadic, had much spare time, most of which he spent in conveying pints of stout from a pot to his belly. My mother was a good-tempered slut, and the only quarrel she ever had with the pater concerned their respective shares of that filthy fluid. Apart from her good temper and her thirst, there is nothing to record concerning her. My father, a squat, bow-legged little gnome, had that complete, unquestioning belief in the mingled credulity and rascality of his fellow-men, which those who are connected professionally with the sport of kings invariably share. Racing, he was wont to declare, consists of mugs, bloody mugs, crooks, bloody crooks, and horses. "And which are you?" asked my mother. "I ain't neither. I just helps the crooks to skin the mugs by moving about the horses. I've seen too much of it. I've seen blokes who was pretty artful at the doings in the ornery way become just too bloody silly whenever they hear the bookies' chorus." He was so convinced of the peculiar opportunities afforded to bookmakers for plumbing the depths of human simplicity that he suggested having me apprentice to their profession, but my mother threw a pot at his head for suggesting it. "I didn't bear my boy to be a bookie," was her inflexible decision. All the same, these repeated references to mugs and crooks had the effect of convincing my childish mind that the world was entirely peopled by these two classes. As an example of the lasting effect of those lessons learnt in infancy, I remain of that opinion to this day. Most of the money for my education went to quenching my parents' thirst, but I was taught to read and write, and acquired the rest myself. In my errand-boy days, the only literature I could afford was a newspaper, but this was sufficient to enable me to test the truth of my father's generalization. For the most part, it seemed to me triumphantly to support it. Let me give a few examples. The head of the firm for which I worked was one of the greatest commercial figures in England, and the papers frequently contained articles from his secretary's pen, dilating on the blessings of thrift, hard work, and early marriage to Miss Wright. Yes, he actually used that expression. Yet everyone from the managing director to myself knew that he gambled wildly, ill-treated his wife, and kept a succession of decorative harpies labelled dancing girls. Then one of our assistants helped herself to the till and was given 3 months. She was anemic, scrawny, middle-aged, yet the papers described her as a pretty girl. I marked that down. Obviously, for some obscure reason, the populate preferred their minor female criminals to be pretty, and the papers fostered this harmless inanity. I found eventually that this rule applies to all women under 50 who earn mentions in the press. Again, we resided in a semi-slum near the Marylebone Road, and one of our neighbours brought to a close an argument with another of our neighbours with a chopper. The papers described this as a West End chopper attack. Yet anything less West End, as I understood the expression, than Milk Row was hard to imagine. I marked that too. Obviously, the populace found something more stimulating in a West End chopper attack than in a chopper attack in other areas. This extraordinary psychological mystery took me some time to solve, but I learnt to understand it perfectly. And so, as I matured and read and read and read, I realized that there is an absolute and comprehensive difference between life as it appears in the press and life as it really is. I shall not enlarge upon that. For anyone who compares what he reads in the papers about sex, religion, sport, business, the theatre, the many-coloured globe of human activity, with what he experiences himself, knows this to be beyond dispute. When I had proved to my satisfaction that my father was right, I thought very hard. 95% of human beings must like to be mugs and mugged, I decided, must prefer soft tales to hard truths. They must find a solace and a stimulant in being incessantly bamboozled by the other 5%. Newspaper proprietors, bookies, bishops, financiers, and politicians. Certainly, there must be a percentage of mugs amongst these professional men, but roughly they represent my father's crooks. In other words, exploiters of the mass credulity of the 95%. This is not a thesis on human behavior, so suffice it to say that I eventually definitely decided the inhabitants of Great Britain were 95% mugs and 5% crooks, and I used to find great amusement and instruction in following the workings of this truth down the most obscure and unexpected byways of our comic civilization. I was then 18, a very junior clerk. Not to act upon a profound conviction is laziness and cowardice, so I had to make up my mind which I was to be, mug or crook, exploiter or exploited. With the necessity for this decision harshly exercising my mind, I went to the White City one evening to observe the reactions of humanity to the spectacle of a succession of thin, rather graceful hounds in pursuit of a metal mechanism, which I discovered about as much resembled a hare as poor Miss Flint resembled a pretty girl. As a spectacle, it had its points. That deep, dark pool circumscribed by a green and tan track, the focus of the eyes of 95,000 half-wits and 5,000 live-by-wits, the curious, surging, harsh hum of the worst 100,000, the sudden appearance in the distance of a half a dozen tiny white two-legged figures, with still tinier four-legged figures pacing beside them, wandering round the vast arena till they reached a sort of chicken house, into which the two-legged hoisted the dangling four-legged, who, stirred by the sound of a bell and the sight of an individual ascending a peculiarly lousy tower, whimpered and grumbled and thrust eager paws through the bars. All this was admirably calculated to put the mugs into the right mood for the crook's purposes. I wandered about amongst the excited, liquor-sprung horde, fighting their way to rows of leather-lunged sharps who, wedged like unsavoury sardines, bellowed out their inane jargon and exchanged pieces of cardboard with their lamentable faces gummed upon them for the silver and paper of the triumphs of evolution. And I made up my mind. Some exploiter, a politician as far as I remember, once, in a gust of vote-snatching sentimentality, declared he was on the side of the angels. He would have been hard put to find an ally at the White City, and he would certainly not have found one in me. It would be humiliating and debasing to be a private in the ranks of muggery, far better to be an officer and a crook. Only so could I keep my self-respect. I considered that this was the decision of a philosopher and a superior man, and I have never changed my opinion. How to begin? I carefully studied the pages of Truth, an organ I have always found most useful. It is an encyclopedia of muggery. Its editor has kept on my track, but he is at a hopeless disadvantage, for there is a sucker born every minute, and a reader of truth perhaps once a day, odds too great even for a Labouchere. The present editor is a charming personality, and I have to thank his ably conducted periodical for many of my most remunerative conceptions, but I'd have liked him in that third coach all the same. I decided to make a beginning with a begging letter. It hardly sounded like that, for it was manly, suggesting rows of medals, a patient little wife, and many hostages to fortune. It ended with a pathetic suggestion of suicide, and a defiant repudiation of the dole. I sent this to a carefully selected list, and netted £84, 13 shillings, 2pence. And then I knew that bounding sense of exhilaration which a man gains from finding that he is desired for success in his life's work. Shortly after, I noticed one who was clearly a policeman in mufti hanging about, so I changed my address. A week later, Truth had a paragraph about me, and was good enough to congratulate me on my epistolary skill, which, it suggested, would eventually bring me to a place where I should have few opportunities of exercising it. My next conception concerned that shocking instance of human callousness, the holiday cat, or rather the cat that doesn't get a holiday or a square saucer of milk when its thoughtless owner is at Southend. In a carefully composed epistle, I reminded a large number of maiden ladies of this sickening victimization, and stated that I should devote any funds provided to the cause of feline felicity. I enclosed with it a portrait of a tortoise-shell animal in an advanced state of emaciation. £122, 10 shillings, 3pence and 3 farthings, and another change of address. This time Truth sat up and took notice. By a flash of genius, it suggested that the honest victim of circumstances, Wilfred Town, and the humane cat-lover, John Reddy, were one and the same person, and expressed the opinion that this combined individual was well worthy of mention in its cautionary list. From these crude beginnings, I advanced to far greater subtlety and versatility, till I was making a steady £2,000 a year, sometimes more. But for one thing I could have retired long ago, and that is the scandalous and narrow-minded and anachronistic bar which prevents women from entering the Church of England ministry. Clergymen are no good for charitable schemes, but they are invariably attracted by possibilities of getting a new suit of clothes by means of a little investment proposition. Maiden ladies, while they like a flutter at times, are splendidly charitable. The combination of these two, a maiden lady parson. Well, it's time our legislators were up and doing. I was convicted once, but knowing more than a little law, got off on appeal, and truth exuberation was short-lived. I have had 74 aliases and 74 changes of address. Except in their charitable aspect, I had practically no dealings with women for many years, but then it occurred to me that the right type might be useful to me for business purposes. There are many little jobs for which a woman is better than a man. One of them is getting money out of men. I didn't mean to embark upon blackmail. It earns too long a sentence nowadays, and is extremely hazardous, but it is possible for women to get money from men without going to extreme lengths. I resolved to keep my eyes open. It was about this time that I had that curious experience at Pantham. I was having tea at an ABC shop one afternoon when the waitress banged down my cup and splashed some of its contents over my spats. I began to remonstrate angrily, and found myself looking into a pair of black, indomitable eyes, battle, murder, and sudden death eyes. So I laughed it off and began watching her as she went from table to table. She was tall and powerfully built, and her face, I was convinced, was that sort which compels men, for some queer reason which has always been a mystery to me, to behave in fatuous, unexpected, and erratic ways. I could see by the expression on it that she was furiously discontented and in the mood to do something drastic and dangerous to improve her lot. In the mood to exploit male mugs, I diagnosed. I returned to the shop the next day and had a few words with her. But those few words on my part were very carefully chosen, and she agreed to dine with me that night. She was in the mood I had guessed, prepared to slip a double dose of strychnine into every cup of tea, coffee, or bovril in the establishment. She passionately desired pretty clothes, ease, and power. She expressed utter contempt for every member of my sex. I believed her when she said she was a virgin. Very gently and delicately, I began to explain my means of livelihood, and suggested she should come into partnership. This delicacy I found was quite unnecessary, for she agreed with enthusiasm, and like a true enthusiast expressed herself ready to begin work at once. We started to live together the next day, quite platonically, I may say. I spent £200 on a trousseau for her, and carefully instructed her in the technique of her business. She was a wonderfully apt pupil, and quick study. Within a week, she had a wealthy married member of the stock exchange neatly on the hook. We had agreed that she should retain 75% of any small sums and the value of any present she received. And when I say that my 25% represented £84 in 5 months, the generosity of this expert in American rails cannot be questioned. But then he began to get a little frightened and rather bored, and he gave Charity to understand that she was about to have a more amenable successor. The critical moment. Now blackmail was barred, so Charity merely rang him up at his home and his office about 10 times a day, and he found her waiting for him weeping bitterly every time he entered and left the exchange, much to his chagrin, and the amusement of the men at the door and his fellow members. There is no law against ringing up businessmen at home or at the office, or exhibiting all the symptoms of a broken heart in Threadneedle Street. However, much susceptible stockbrokers may regret the fact. Charity acted beautifully, and I believe aroused genuine sympathy in the breast of this speculator's solicitor, as he handed her a cheque for £2,000, which she and I divided equally, as per contract, and she was brilliantly still a virgin. I grew to admire her greatly, and though we had no sexual relationship whatsoever, sometimes when I heard her turning over in bed, or saw her coming back naked from her bath, I knew vague stirrings and excitement. But I repressed them vigorously, and indeed they were never much more than the ripples on a pond, as compared with the combers off the horn of the average mug. Our combined income for the next 3 years averaged £5,000, not one penny of which went into the coffers of the Chancellor of the Exchequer. By now, I was a badly wanted and notorious person, but I have a sixth sense for evading the constable, and I could see retirement and ease before me very soon, when the one thing I had considered inconceivable happened. Charity fell in love with a poor man in the middle stage of consumption, who most improvidently and prematurely caused her to be with child. After she had told me this, she cut short my remonstrances and protests by informing me she must have money to marry on, and that I must supply it to the tune of £2,000 a year for 6 years. I replied I would make it £200 a year for 3 years, and not a penny more. In that case, she said, I go round to the editor of Truth tomorrow and tell him everything. And ruin yourself? I replied. What's come over you? Be sensible. Have the baby quietly, leave this young dying fool forever, and concentrate on business. A child might be useful to us. I'll think that point over. I shouldn't waste your valuable time if I were you, she answered, and don't be too sure I shall ruin myself. You're the big game they're after. If I give you away, they won't bother about me, and I doubt if they could convict me anyway. And I don't mind betting the papers will pay me anything I like to ask for my story after you've been jugged. Give me time to think, I said. Was she bluffing? I didn't believe so. She was probably right. The police would merely use her as evidence against me, and she would be able to get thousands of pounds for her version of the last 3 years. Yet pay her £2,000 a year for 6 years? It would just not ruin me, and she knew it. The gross ingratitude. I tried to get her to lower her terms, but she was adamant. I don't feel well, and am going down to Folkestone tomorrow for a week. I shall expect your answer directly I return, was her ultimatum. I spent the most wretched night of my life. I saw all that I had planned for going by the board. Sooner or later, I should be forced into extreme recklessness by this dreadful drain on my resources. And then 10 years' hard labor at least. This little vixen I had reared, making her teeth meet in the hand which had fed her for the sake of some broken-lunged piece of worm fodder. I'd like to have flung her into a cell full of drunken stokers. And then I dozed off, and woke in the most confident, buoyant mood. That is why I am superstitious, for I've had this experience several times. Just when I have felt that I was trapped at last, I have had these sudden flashes of confidence and ease, and always something has happened to save me. It would come this time. I went to see Charity off, pretending to be in despair, and imploring her to make some concession. "Oh, shut up," she said. "I'm not doing this for myself. I'm doing it for Jim. He's sweet and he's straight, and I love him. Words you don't know the meaning of, you mixture of dirty crook and frozen fish. So you can work for him or go to Clink and work for His Majesty, and you've got a week to choose." She had just got into a coach about halfway up the train, and I was about to leave when my eye was caught by an individual in clerical attire who was sauntering down the platform and glancing sharply at the people upon it. As he drew near, he seemed vaguely familiar to me. Suddenly he saw me and gave me a quick, meaning look. He passed close to me, and as he went past he said slowly and distinctly, "There's more room in the 3rd coach." The 3rd coach! The 3rd coach! And in a flash I saw a 3rd coach turn to matchwood. "There's more room in front, Charity," I said. "Come along." The compartment was packed, and she came readily. Just as we reached the 3rd coach, the whistle went, and I bundled her into a compartment already filled to the brim. She gave me a venomous glance as the train pulled out, and then I looked round for that slightly familiar individual. He was far down the platform by now, but he turned round, saw me, waved his hand, and disappeared. As the train was passing out, I happened to catch my reflection in a window glass, and then I knew why he had seemed familiar, for his face was mine. I left the station and took a taxi to Pantham Station. During the hour's run, I was in a state of high excitement. About a mile from the station, we were stopped by a policeman. "You can't go down this road," he said. "There's been a smash on the line." "What train?" I asked anxiously. "The Down Folkestone Express." "My God!" I cried. "I had a friend in it." "Well," he said, "they've got the killed and injured on the side of the embankment. You'd better go down there. Anyway, they want help." It wasn't a pleasant sight. I identified Charity by the remnant of her watch garter, which was still hanging to what had been her leg. Then, saying nothing to anyone, I went away. Otherwise, she was never identified. And then, for some reason or other, I became a clergyman. I don't really know why. In fact, I think I've become that individual who told me about that 3rd coach. Here, the delicate little script came to an end, and a moment later Lantern came back. "Finished?" he asked. "Well, what do you think of it?" "A very rascally and curious tale," I replied. "But the most curious part of it is," said Lantern, that there's not a word of truth in it." "What?" "The Reverend Wellington Scott was a mild, timid East End curate. Going down for a holiday to Folkestone, he was in the Pantham disaster, and hurled from the third coach onto his head. He was unconscious for 10 days, and when he came to, he had to come here. He spends every moment writing that story in notebooks. He completes it twice a week. We read it carefully to see if his narrative ever changes, but it is always word for word the same. He is very docile and easy to manage so long as he is allowed to write. For an experiment, we took his writing materials away, whereupon he delivered himself of the most appalling filth and blasphemy I have ever heard. He never speaks unless he is spoken to. When he first came in, his face was round, chuggy, and ingenuous in expression. It has slowly lengthened, hardened, and its expression has become cunning, watchful, and malevolent. That is the story of the Reverend Wellington Scott." "And the explanation?" I asked. Lantern shrugged his shoulders. "How can there be one? I have known somewhat similar cases, though never so perfect, where some injury to the head has changed the disposition and to some extent the memory, but, as I say, never to this extent. As a matter of fact, one can find traces of the curate in that narrative. A quotation from Shelley, a familiarity with strange types, a distaste for sex and so on, and, of course, the closing sentences. Otherwise he is, as he appears in his story, the precise opposite of what he actually was. Perhaps you may have missed almost the most remarkable thing. His description of the accident, as seen in his vision, is precisely identical with that of the 2 eyewitnesses of it. Yet, of course, he never could have seen it, and he hasn't read a word since he recovered consciousness. I said just now there wasn't a word of truth in that narrative, but that, in a sense, is presumptuous and unscientific. The fashionable theory today is that we each one of us create our own particular God and our own particular universe. It is subjectivity's innings. We certainly create our own truths. Fortunately, in the case of most of us, our truth roughly corresponds with the truth of others. The Reverend Wellington Scott's violently diverges, so we have to lock him up. He has been here a year, and I found he went to a greyhound racing meeting at the White City the night before the accident. Would you like to see him again? Yes and no. On the whole, yes. Lantern took me along a corridor and unlocked a door. The Reverend Wellington Scott was seated at a table, his face partly shaded by a reading lamp. He was writing busily, but looked up after a moment and shot that penetrating glance at me. "I hope you have everything you want, Mr. Scott," said Lantern. "Yes, thank you, sir," he replied, in the mild, slightly clipped, slightly sing-song voice of a stage curate. "But I have one little question to ask of you. Should the words Watchgarter be hyphenated, in your opinion, or not?" "Hyphenated, I think," replied Lantern. "I am much obliged to you, and glad to find that we are in agreement. I suppose, sir, I shall be here for some little time yet?" "Oh, yes, just for a little while longer," said Lantern. "Good night." "Good night, sir," he replied, his pencil already busy again. "Poor devil," I said, as we walked back to Lantern's study. "Is he happy?" "Perfectly," replied Lantern. "There ought to be a deep truth hidden somewhere in that fact. And now for a drink." That Time of the Night by Ian Gordon. That time of the night, between 2 and 3 in the morning, when neither day nor night seem absolute. That quietest of hours in the quietest of towns, when the busiest streets are free of vehicles and pedestrians. And if folks are to start up their cars or kick up their heels, they drive or pace in haste, for the quietest of towns are unnerving after dark. In the depths of that hour, when most of us are sleeping, hidden things come out to play. They pour from the gutters and crawl from under stones. They whisper in the alleyways and groan at our windows. Like mosquitoes in the dark, they're drawn to our essence. They employ every trick to force us to perceive, to make us believe. But as the bell tolls 3, they simply retreat, returning to the safety of hidden places. From dawn until dusk they watch from the shadows, inhumanly patient, awaiting that hour, that quietest of hours, that deserted, uncertain time of the night. If I recall correctly, it was Thursday when I first heard it. I'd switched the light off, rolled over in bed, and pinned the sheets between my legs in that inimitable way only a bachelor in a king-size bed can. Superstition meant that the closet door was closed, and the window was open. Most Thursdays, out there in the still of the night, the sounds of distant places would lull me to sleep, tempting me to dream, as if able to carry my thoughts on the night air to their sources, slow-moving traffic, the lapping of waves on foreign shores, and the night song of insects in the woods. But that particular Thursday, just after 2 a.m., things were much too quiet, as though the familiar sounds I'd grown to depend on had retreated, making way for this new thing, this uncertain thing, whatever it was. Had I buried my head under the stack of pillows surrounding me, the sound that met my ears that night might have escaped my attention, but the wind carried it through the window, along with the faintest whiff of TCP antiseptic, willing me to hear it. Something was in motion out there, rattling, the sound of rusty joints. An old bicycle, I thought. It was a shrill sound, the kind of tone that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand on end, like nails on chalkboards, ambling towards my window. In the end, I must have drifted off, as the memory of the sound as I heard it that night has faded. The following night, I heard it again. Perhaps a neighbour was working on a bicycle in a nearby yard, basking in the cool night air, enjoying the quietude. It was quite possible he or she shared my sentiment for that strangest of hours, choosing to exploit its unique properties. But as the sound grew louder, I grew agitated. The jarring, high-pitched screeching of those old wheels was preventing my descent into slumber, and so I climbed out of bed and approached the window. As I reached the window and poked my head outside, the sound abruptly stopped. Gazing out onto the road, I searched for the source of the horrible racket, my eyes slowly adjusting to the amber glow of the street lamps. I saw parked cars and the smattering of trees, the phone box and the twin bollards across the street, the steeple of the Bethel Church and its tiny graveyard, and lastly, the weary and dilapidated house of the late Walter Ainscough. But no bicycle. Carefully, I looked again, and noticed something. An out-of-place curiosity illuminated by a street lamp some 100 feet or so beyond the phone box across the street. It was a wheelchair, an empty, wooden wheelchair. Although I couldn't be certain it had been the source of the din, a chill ran down my spine as I regarded its orientation. It faced my window. I pulled the window shut and hastily returned to bed. Fortunately, I didn't hear it again that night. Saturday night, I lay awake. The anticipation was killing me. I knew I would hear it again. I could feel it. The familiar sounds of the night had died off just after 2 a.m., then replaced by that new, eerie silence. Repeatedly I plunged my head under the pillows, hoping to drift off before the need to come up for air overcame me. I should have just closed the window, but it was so bloody hot I couldn't bear it. Besides, what was I afraid of? I dunked my head under once more, but I failed in my efforts to remain there. I peeped out, grabbing a lungful of that stuffy air, and in that moment, that creaking, appalling racket assaulted my ears once more. Worryingly, the sound of what I prayed wasn't that old wheelchair was louder than it had been the night before, as the piercing, dissonant melody of those accursed wheels ambled in my direction. I fought to resist the urge to climb out of bed and look out of the window. I tried so hard to will myself to sleep, to will myself to ignore it, but I just couldn't. I threw back the sheets and, with my hands over my ears in an effort to block the din, I approached the window. Just as it had the previous night, the sound ceased as I reached the window, though this time it wasn't necessary to reassess the scene below to locate the source. The chair, that ugly, dilapidated wheelchair, was right across the street, parked silently beneath the Bethel's entrance arch. The amber light of the street lamps poured onto it, illuminating its blemishes. Deep cracks and ridges crisscrossed its worn seat and backrest, beneath which those wheels, the source of that ear-splitting racket, flaunted corroded spokes, the brittle metal tinted chocolate brown and cherry red. Once more its orientation filled me with dread. The scarred wooden backrest of that ancient chair looked as if it was in possession of a face, riddled with lines of age, eyes of mist, and teeth of rot. Those elderly features scowled at me, as if preparing me for some hideous encounter. Urgently, I once again yanked the window shut and jumped back into bed. In a panic, I switched on the lights and flicked on the television, praying the horrible cacophony of that nightmare chair would spare me further torture. My prayers were answered. Other than the hum and prattle of the television, there were no more sounds that night. But I didn't sleep too well. I dreamt of the wheelchair with the wooden teeth. It was down by the Leeds-Liverpool Canal, and it was after me. In my dream-weakened state, I could barely move, and the old machine continued to gain on me as I tried desperately to outrun it. Passing the barges and the willows along the banks, even the shrubs fought to hinder my progress, their green limbs clutching, eager to feed me to that ravenous, cacophonous chair. The wail of its rusty joints threatened to tear me apart, to swallow and digest me in some foul, hellish abyss. I shot up in bed, sweating like a pig. The television was still on, the documentary, Northwest Waterways, ending. Feeling brave, I flicked the television off, dimmed the lights, and lay back down. All was quiet. I slept till noon. The first thing I did when I awoke was look out of the window. Thankfully, the wheelchair was nowhere to be seen. I wasn't surprised, as it was said that hidden things returned to hidden places during the day. But that thought worried me too. The thought the chair could be hiding in the grounds of the Bethel, among the scrubs off Alma Road, or behind the sheds in the late Walter Ainscore's yard. He had been wheelchair-bound, hadn't he? Those places were quiet, dark, and mostly undisturbed. The hidden things of the hidden places were said to watch from the shadows, plotting, whilst we, the unwitting public, continue to go about the trials and tribulations of daily life, oblivious to such things. But I was oblivious no longer. I had seen it, a hidden thing, which meant I would see it again, over and over again. Looking out onto the familiar street scene, I recalled the peculiar case of James Pennington. He had been a local lad, with a teenager's interest in the occult. What that meant was, he shuffled tarot cards and carved Ouija boards, sometimes urinating on his possessions in ironic attempts to imbue them with his essence. He was peculiar, off the charts peculiar. He often sang to owls in churchyards, claiming owl chant was good for the soul. But the whispers regarding Pennington's doppelganger, that was something else entirely. Could it have been the result of the things he dabbled with? No one really knows, but it went something like this. Pennington's girlfriend, an out-of-towner called Danielle, was spending the weekend with him at his parents' home, the latter away on holiday. Danielle, too, had an interest in the macabre, and often partook in his strange practices. At around 2 a.m. on the Sunday, that time of the night, James had answered the call of nature, later telling friends he had heard his girlfriend engaged in conversation with persons unknown whilst he was out of the room. Returning to the bedroom, he found Danielle unresponsive. Her face was pale. Her eyes were focused on a dark corner of the room. Pennington said it had freaked him out, especially as his dog, a terrier called Max, would often sit mesmerized for hours, its eyes fixed upon that very corner of the room. Several days later, following a period of silence, James's despondent girlfriend began to talk. She told him, quite fearfully, that she had watched his doppelganger emerge from the wall. The entity asked her questions about the man in the toilet, specifically about the suppleness of the skin about his face. Danielle swore the stranger looked exactly like Pennington, though his face, she noted, was rubbery, like a mask. Pennington, despite his supposed cool regarding such matters, was unnerved, inferring that discourse with the doppelganger was to invite it into one's life. Undoubtedly, the invited would take steps to replace its twin. Curiously, 3 days later, Pennington disappeared, but his disappearance wasn't supernatural. His body was never found. Well, most of it wasn't. A fisherman, on his way to one of the many ponds of what the locals call the Bonnies, made a gruesome discovery in one of the fields. He stumbled upon the naked body of a young girl, though in place of what should have been her face was a mask of human flesh, haphazardly stitched from brow to chin, ear to ear. Local police later revealed that the girl, Danielle Green, had stabbed her boyfriend, James Pennington, to death, subsequently flaying his face with a blunt knife. In her attempt to wear the grisly shroud, she had succumbed to blood loss as a result of flaying her own face in order to replace it. Strange things aren't uncommon in my neck of the woods, and just as Pennington brought the mentally unstable Danielle Green into his life, I shuddered at the prospect of what I had brought into mine. Sunday, that time of the night. There were no sounds during the witching hour, nor any between 2 and 2:45, and so, assuming the hidden thing had skipped a beat, I flicked off the television, dimmed the lights, and pressed my head firmly into the pillows. I was on the verge of sleep when I heard it. It sounded as it had before, that terrible, agonized screeching. But, disturbingly, it wasn't the night wind that carried it to my ears. The sound was dampened, as though heard through plasterboard or floorboards. I opened my eyes and scanned the black shapes in the darkness. The wardrobe with the board games stacked upon it, the freestanding mirror, the clunky computer desk and the dusty CRT, the softly billowing curtains in front of the window. The sound persisted, but its source wasn't out there in the night, nor was it in the room with me. It was downstairs. Like a frightened child, I pulled the sheets up over my head. The act of doing so seemed to lure the thing closer. the screeching amplified, and I could smell it. Oh, the stench of old leather and rusty iron, pervading the room. The odour crawled into the bed with me and filled my nostrils. As I lay there, clinging inanely to the pillows, my mind rejected the harsh reality of what was assuredly an impossible chain of events. Quite suddenly, the screeching sound terminated at the foot of the bed, and instead, I heard laboured breathing, a sort of gasping for air. The spluttering was coupled with a distinct whiff of TCP antiseptic. A latent memory returned to me, a vision of the late Walter Ainscough across the street, weeding the garden as he often did in his twilight years, bound to a rickety wheelchair, choking dandelions, his aged face cracked and worn, coughing and spluttering, cursing the yard. I recalled the irrational fear I used to feel as I watched him from afar, just a lad, barely 12, afraid of the old man, brought up on a diet of too much horror and not enough empathy. Blind as a bat, old Walter was, searching the air for sounds, grasping at weeds from the confines of that ancient chair. Irrational or not, I always felt he knew I was watching. There it was, the memory I had buried, the vision of old man Ainscough, wheezing in that chair, dying, his marbled, listless eyes glaring up at my window as he writhed. In his death throes, he'd spotted me, and he knew I was the only witness to his demise, but I had been too fearful of his outward appearance to intervene, and much too afraid to tell my parents afterwards. I remember hurling myself under the sheets, praying I would never meet that terrible gaze again. But my suppressed guilt had brought him back from the darkest gulfs to punish me for my sin, my childhood secret. And then came the hands, those weathered hands that had once yanked dandelions from the yard across the street, hands that had choked weeds and flowers alike, moving under the sheets, reaching for me. I could smell him, incontinence and TCP. It hit me like a ton of bricks. His spluttering frame inched up the mattress, his immobile legs dragging behind him. As his calloused hands grazed my calves, he mumbled between breaths,
hidden things, come to thee 'tween 2 and 3.
And with those words, the festering frame of old man Ainscough disappeared. My eyes are on the clock. It's approaching that time of the night. I know he's there. He's always there, parked across the street under the yellow glow of the street lamps. He's waiting to curse me again and again, just like Danielle Green cursed James Pennington. But I can handle it. The lights are on, and the hum and prattle of the television keeps the whining at bay. The window stays shut now. It's just that damned smell, leather, iron, and the faintest hint of TCP antiseptic. The Late Mourner by Julius Long. John Sloane awoke from a sound sleep. He sat up and peered through the gloom of his room at the faded face of his old clock. The hands pointed very nearly to 2. He had not intended to nap so long. 2 o'clock was the hour set for the funeral rites of his dearest friend. His failure to attend the services would be unpardonable. He would have to hurry. He left his bed with an ease and agility that surprised him. He was very old, and at times it seemed that every muscle and joint of his body ached and pained him. He rang for Chester, his man. There was no answer, and he repeated the summons with vigor. The house remained silent. Sloane was annoyed by his desertion, but he had no time to investigate. He dressed himself hurriedly and fairly ran down the stairs. Somewhere in the house a clock struck 2. The funeral services had probably begun. He decided to walk to the mortuary, an outpost of the commercial invasion of his once aristocratic neighborhood. He quitted his deserted old house and entered the street. The autumn sun was warm and comforting. Brown and red leaves brushed playfully against his ankles. He was cheered and exhilarated by the October scene. It was many years since he had been able to enjoy the outdoors. At the same time, he was saddened by the thought of his friend's death. Few of his cronies remained alive. Nearly all the world with which he was familiar had passed on. He had never married. There were not even relatives to dwell in his rambling old house. His reflection was interrupted by the sight of Tom McGann, the policeman who had walked the beat for 15 years. He enjoyed seeing Tom, who was a good-natured and voluble fellow with a cheery greeting for all. "Good afternoon, Tom," said Sloane, trying hard to equal the patrolman's usual smile. Tom did not answer, but walked silently on, as if he had not seen him. Despite his lateness, Sloane paused and stared after the retreating figure. He was astonished and hurt by the snub. He could not account for such behavior. Had someone circulated a scandal about him? Why had Tom passed him by? The sun lost its bright glow, and the air lost its soothing warmth. The leaves at his feet annoyed him, and October seemed a dismal and inimical month. A sensitive soul, he could not lightly pass off a slight from any human being. He trudged on to the mortuary, dejected and lonely. Outside the funeral home, there were parked a great many cars. His friend's death was deeply mourned. Sloane was a bit envious. When he died, he reflected sadly, there would be few to attend his funeral. 2 ushers loitered in the doorway. They did not deign to notice Sloane as he climbed the several steps. He passed meekly between them and entered the building. To the left was the entrance of the room in which the obsequies were underway. He waded through the thick carpets and stepped inside. No one in the crowded room seemed to notice his appearance. He discovered an empty seat in the rear. He made his way to it, not without treading on the toes of 3 persons who were sufficiently well-bred to betray no notice of his clumsiness. He settled himself in his chair and regarded the clergyman, who was concluding the obituary. Its details sounded familiar to his ears, and for the first time that afternoon he tried to visualize the appearance of his departed friend. He discovered that he could not do so. He had quite forgotten the name and face of the man whom he had regarded as his most intimate companion. The discovery stunned him. How could he excuse such a stupid lapse of memory? Was he so far gone in his dotage that the most important things in his life could escape his memory? He became frantic, like a schoolboy who has lost his place in his reader and trembles from fear that he will be the next to be called upon. He tried to recall things that might lead to the recollection of his friend's identity. Where, when, and how had he been apprised of his friend's death? How long had he been ill? He plied himself with many such questions, but could answer none of them. He surveyed the people in the room. They were all known to him. Perhaps he could name his man by the simple process of elimination. One by one he examined them, but his strategy availed him nothing. His bewilderment was increased by the unaccountable presence of his servants, among whom sat Chester. Why, devil take them, had they rushed off without him? He regarded the coffin, which was placed in a front corner of the room. The corpse was not visible. After the services, he would view it and enlighten himself with regard to its identity. By this time, the funeral sermon had been begun, but the minister's words gave no hint as to the name and situation of the departed. Sloane became impatient. The obsequies dragged to a close. The proprietor of the establishment, with professional suavity, invited the late arrivals to favor the deceased with a last look. Sloane and several others rose and left their seats. Again he tramped on the toes of his neighbors, who took no notice of his second offense. He came abreast of the coffin and looked down upon the countenance of the dead man. Enlightenment did not come. The pallid features were familiar, yet so very strange. Had death wrought such changes in his friend that even now he would be unable to recognize him? Dazed, he continued to stare at the lifeless face. Then recognition came. He clutched the coffin for support. He did not attempt to struggle with his suspicions. He knew. It was his own face that he saw. It was more withered and aged, bloodless and ghastly, yet indisputably his own. It was his body which lay there with its bony hands upon its chest. With understanding came recollection of the scene which had been effaced from his mind. He lay in his bed. His doctor was authoritatively assuring him that his ailment was insignificant and could not possibly prove fatal. Chester, at his side, looked fearful and worried. Then something choked him. He gasped for breath. The faces of the doctor and Chester were lost in a blur. It must have been then that he had died. Now he comprehended all. He knew why Tom McGann had not spoken to him, why the ushers had not noticed his arrival. All were oblivious to his presence, because he was without that ugly body which lay in its coffin. No longer would the desires and disappointments of the flesh pain him. Never again would its diseases rack him and try his soul. He was free of it. It seemed that he was young again, and strong and healthy. His thoughts were clear and lucid. Truly, he was in the prime of life. He was aroused from his reverie by the sobbing of Chester and his old housekeeper. He would have made them understand that their tears were out of place, that he was alive and happy. The mourners filed out slowly. Sloane regarded each appreciatively, but pityingly. The room became empty, except for the attendants. The lid of the coffin was closed. Sloane was relieved when he saw the dead face disappear. He hoped that he would be able to forget it. The coffin was wheeled away. He watched its removal with satisfaction. He lingered a moment in the vacant room, then stole silently out to a new freedom. Make the most of what we yet may spend, before we too into the dust descend, dust into dust, and under dust to lie, sans wine, sans song, sans singer, and sans end. Alike for those who for today prepare, and those who after some tomorrow stare. A muezzin from the tower of darkness cries, "Fools, your reward is neither here nor there." Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam.
There Was a Man Dwelt by a Churchyard, by M.R. James.
This, is the beginning of the story about sprites and goblins, which Mamilius, the best child in Shakespeare, was telling to his mother, the queen, and the court ladies, when the king came in with his guards and hurried her off to prison. There is no more of the story. Mamilius died soon after without having a chance of finishing it. Now, what was it going to have been? Shakespeare knew, no doubt, and I will be bold to say that I do. It was not going to be a new story. It was to be one which you have most likely heard, and even told. Everybody may set it in what frame he likes best. This is mine. There was a man dwelt by a churchyard. His house had a lower story of stone and an upper one of timber. The front windows looked out on the street, and the back ones on the churchyard. It had once belonged to the parish priest, but this was in Queen Elizabeth's days. The priest was a married man and wanted more room. Besides, his wife disliked seeing the churchyard at night out of her bedroom window. She said she saw, but never mind what she said, anyhow. She gave her husband no peace till he agreed to move into a larger house in the village street, and the old one was taken by John Poole, who was a widower, and lived there alone. He was an elderly man who kept very much to himself, and people said he was something of a miser. It was very likely true. He was morbid in other ways, certainly. In those days it was common to bury people at night and by torchlight, and it was noticed that whenever a funeral was toward, John Poole was always at his window, either on the ground floor or upstairs, according as he could get the better view from one or the other. There came a night when an old woman was to be buried. She was fairly well-to-do, but she was not liked in the place. The usual thing was said of her, that she was no Christian, and that on such nights as Midsummer Eve and All Hallows she was not to be found in her house. She was red-eyed and dreadful to look at, and no beggar ever knocked at her door. Yet, when she died, she left a purse of money to the church. There was no storm on the night of her burial. It was fair and calm. But there was some difficulty about getting bearers and men to carry the torches, in spite of the fact that she had left larger fees than common for such as did that work. She was buried in woolen, without a coffin. No one was there but those who were actually needed, and John Poole watching from his window. Just before the grave was filled in, the parson stooped down and cast something upon the body, something that clinked, and in a low voice he said words that sounded like, "Thy money perish with thee." Then he walked quickly away, and so did the other men, leaving only one torch-bearer to light the sexton and his boy, while they shovelled the earth in. They made no very neat job of it, and next day, which was a Sunday, the churchgoers were rather sharp with the sexton, saying it was the untidiest grave in the yard. And indeed, when he came to look at it himself, he thought it was worse than he had left it. Meanwhile, John Poole went about with a curious air, half exulting, as it were, and half nervous. More than once he spent an evening at the inn, which was clean contrary to his usual habit, and to those who fell in to talk with him, there he hinted that he had come into a little bit of money, and was looking out for a somewhat better house. "Well, I don't wonder," said the smith one night. "I shouldn't care for that place of yours. I should be fancying things all night." The landlord asked him, "What sort of things?" "Well, maybe somebody climbing up to the chamber window, or the like of that," said the smith. "I don't know. Old Mother Wilkins that was buried a week ago today, eh?" "Come, I think you might consider of a person's feelings," said the landlord. "It ain't so pleasant for Master Poole, is it now?" "Master Poole don't mind," said the smith. "He's been there long enough to know. I only says it wouldn't be my choice. What with the passing bell and the torches when there's a burial, and all them graves laying so quiet when there's no one about. Only they say there's lights. Don't you never see no lights, Master Poole?" "No, I don't never see no lights," said Master Poole sulkily, and called for another drink, and went home late. That night, as he lay in his bed upstairs, a moaning wind began to play about the house, and he could not go to sleep. He got up and crossed the room to a little cupboard in the wall. He took out of it something that clinked, and put it in the breast of his bedgown. Then he went to the window, and looked out into the churchyard. Have you ever seen an old brass in a church with a figure of a person in a shroud? It is bunched together at the top of the head in a curious way. Something like that was sticking up out of the earth in a spot of the churchyard which John Poole knew very well. He darted into his bed and lay there very still indeed. Presently something made a very faint rattling at the casement. With a dreadful reluctance, John Poole turned his eyes that way. Alas! Between him and the moonlight was the black outline of the curious bunched head. Then there was a figure in the room. Dry earth rattled on the floor. A low cracked voice said, "Where is it?" And steps went hither and thither, faltering steps as of one walking with difficulty. It could be seen now and again, peering into corners, stooping to look under chairs. Finally it could be heard fumbling at the doors of the cupboard in the wall, throwing them open. There was a scratching of long nails on the empty shelves. The figure whipped round, stood for an instant at the side of the bed, raised its arms, and with a hoarse scream of, "You've got it!" At this point, His Royal Highness Prince Mamilius, who would, I think, have made the story a good deal shorter than this, flung himself with a loud yell upon the youngest of the court ladies present, who responded with an equally piercing cry. He was instantly seized upon by His Majesty Queen Hermione, who, repressing an inclination to laugh, shook and slapped him very severely. Much flushed, and rather inclined to cry, he was about to be sent to bed, but on the intercession of his victim, who had now recovered from the shock, he was eventually permitted to remain until his usual hour for retiring, by which time he too had so far recovered as to assert, in bidding good night to the company, that he knew another story quite 3 times as dreadful as that one, and would tell it on the first opportunity that offered. The Malice of Inanimate Objects by M.R. James. The malice of inanimate objects is a subject upon which an old friend of mine was fond of dilating, and not without justification. In the lives of all of us, short or long, there have been days, dreadful days, on which we have had to acknowledge with gloomy resignation that our world has turned against us. I do not mean the human world of our relations and friends. To enlarge on that is the province of nearly every modern novelist. In their books it is called life, and an odd enough hash it is, as they portray it. No, it is the world of things that do not speak or work or hold congresses and conferences. It includes such beings as the collar stud, the inkstand, the fire, the razor, and, as age increases, the extra step on the staircase which leads you either to expect or not to expect it. By these, and such as these, for I have named but the merest fraction of them, the word is passed round, and the day of misery arranged. Is the tale still remembered of how the cock and hen went to pay a visit to Squire Corb's? How on the journey they met with and picked up a number of associates, encouraging each with the announcement, "To Squire Corb's we are going, for a visit is owing." Thus they secured the company of the needle, the egg, the duck, the cat, possibly, for memory is a little treacherous here, and finally the millstone. And when it was discovered that Squire Corb's was for the moment out, they took up positions in his mansion and awaited his return. He did return, wearied, no doubt, by a day's work among his extensive properties. His nerves were first jarred by the raucous cry of the cock. He threw himself into his armchair and was lacerated by the needle. He went to the sink for a refreshing wash and was splashed all over by the duck. Attempting to dry himself with the towel, he broke the egg upon his face. He suffered other indignities from the hen and her accomplices, which I cannot now recollect, and finally, maddened with pain and fear, rushed out by the back door and had his brains dashed out by the millstone that had perched itself in the appropriate place. Truly, in the concluding words of the story, this Squire Corb's must have been either a very wicked or a very unfortunate man. It is the latter alternative which I incline to accept. There is nothing in the preliminaries to show that any slur rested on his name, or that his visitors had any injury to avenge. And will not this narrative serve as a striking example of that malice of which I have taken upon me to treat? It is, I know, the fact that Squire Corbs's visitors were not all of them, strictly speaking, inanimate. But are we sure that the perpetrators of this malice are really inanimate either? There are tales which seem to justify a doubt. Two men of mature years were seated in a pleasant garden after breakfast. One was reading the day's paper, the other sat with folded arms plunged in thought, and on his face were a piece of sticking plaster and lines of care. His companion lowered his paper. "What," said he, "is the matter with you? The morning is bright, the birds are singing, I can hear no aeroplanes or motorbikes." "No," replied Mr. Burton, "it is nice enough, I agree, but I have a bad day before me. I cut myself shaving and split my tooth powder." "Ah," said Mr. Manners, "some people have all the luck." And with this expression of sympathy he reverted to his paper. "Hullo," he exclaimed after a moment, "here's George Wilkins dead. You won't have any more bother with him, anyhow." "George Wilkins?" said Mr. Burton, more than a little excitedly. "Why, I didn't even know he was ill." "No more he was, poor chap. Seems to have thrown up the sponge and put an end to himself. Yes," he went on, "it's some days back. This is the inquest. Seemed very much worried and depressed, they say. What about, I wonder? Could it have been that will you and he were having a row about?" "Row?" said Mr. Burton angrily. "There was no row. He hadn't a leg to stand on. He couldn't bring a scrap of evidence. No, it may have been half a dozen things, but Lord, I never imagined he'd take anything so hard as that." "I don't know," said Mr. Manners. "He was a man, I thought, who did take things hard. They rankled." "Well, I'm sorry, though I never saw much of him. He must have gone through a lot to make him cut his throat. Not the way I should choose, by a long sight. Oh, lucky he hadn't a family, anyhow. Look here, what about a walk round before lunch? I've an errand in the village." Mr. Burton assented rather heavily. He was perhaps reluctant to give the inanimate objects of the district a chance of getting at him. If so, he was right. He just escaped a nasty pearl over the scraper at the top of the steps. A thorny branch swept off his hat and scratched his fingers, and as they climbed a grassy slope he fairly leapt into the air with a cry, and came down flat on his face. "What in the world?" said his friend, coming up. "A great string of all things. What business— Oh, I see, belongs to that kite, which lay on the grass a little farther up. Now, if I can find out what little beast has left that kicking about, I'll let him have it. Or rather, I won't, for he shan't see his kite again. It's rather a good one, too." As they approached, a puff of wind raised the kite, and it seemed to sit up on its end and look at them with two large round eyes painted red, and, below them, 3 large printed red letters, "I see you." Mr. Manners was amused and scanned the device with care. "Ingenious," he said. "It's a bit off a poster, of course." "I see. Full particulars, the word was." Mr. Burton, on the other hand, was not amused, but thrust his stick through the kite. Mr. Manners was inclined to regret this. "I dare say it serves him right," he said, "but he'd taken a lot of trouble to make it." "Who had?" said Mr. Burton sharply. "Oh, I see, you mean the boy." "Yes, to be sure, who else? But come on down now, I want to leave a message before lunch." As they turned a corner into the main street, a rather muffled and choky voice was heard to say, "Look out, I'm coming." They both stopped as if they'd been shot. "Who was that?" said Manners. "Blessed if I didn't think I knew." Then, with almost a yell of laughter, he pointed with his stick. A cage with a grey parrot in it was hanging in an open window across the way. "I was startled, by George. It gave you a bit of a turn too, didn't it?" Burton was inaudible. "Well, I shan't be a minute. You can go and make friends with the bird." But when he rejoined Burton, that unfortunate was not, it seemed, in trim for talking with either birds or men. He was some way ahead and going rather quickly. Manners paused for an instant at the parrot window, and then hurried on, laughing more than ever. "Have a good talk with Polly?" said he as he came up. "No, of course not," said Burton testily. "I didn't bother about the beastly thing." "Well, you wouldn't have got much out of her if you'd tried," said Manners. "I remembered after a bit. They've had her in the window for years. She's stuffed." Burton seemed about to make a remark, but suppressed it. Decidedly this was not Burton's day out. He choked at lunch, he broke a pipe, he tripped in the carpet, he dropped his book in the pond in the garden. Later on he had, or professed to have, a telephone call, summoning him back to town next day and cutting short what should have been a week's visit. And so glum was he all the evening that Malice's disappointment in losing an ordinarily cheerful companion was not very sharp. At breakfast Mr. Burton said little about his night, but he did intimate that he thought of looking in on his doctor. "My hand's so shaky," he said. "I really daren't shave this morning." "Oh, I'm sorry," said Mr. Manners. "My man could have managed that for you, but they'll put you right in no time." Farewells were said. By some means and for some reason, Mr. Burton contrived to reserve a compartment to himself. The train was not of the corridor type, but these precautions avail little against the angry dead. I will not put dots or stars, for I dislike them, but I will say that apparently someone tried to shave Mr. Burton in the train, and did not succeed overly well. He was, however, satisfied with what he had done, if we may judge from the fact that on a once-white napkin spread on Mr. Burton's chest was an inscription in red letters, GEOWFECI. Do not these facts, if facts they are, bear out my suggestion that there is something not inanimate behind the malice of inanimate objects? Do they not further suggest that when this malice begins to show itself, we should be very particular to examine and, if possible, rectify any obliquities in our recent conduct? And do they not, finally, almost force upon us the conclusion that, like Squire Corbs, Mr. Burton must have been either a very wicked or a singularly unfortunate man? An Evening's Entertainment by M.R. James. Nothing is more common form in old-fashioned books than the description of the winter fireside, where the aged grandam narrates to the circle of children that hangs on her lips story after story of ghosts and fairies, and inspires her audience with a pleasing terror. But we are never allowed to know what the stories were. We hear, indeed, of sheeted spectres with saucer eyes, and, still more intriguing, of rawhead and bloody bones, an expression which the Oxford Dictionary traces back to 1550, but the context of these striking images eludes us. Here, then, is a problem which has long obsessed me, but I see no means of solving it finally. The aged grandams are gone, and the collectors of folklore began their work in England too late to save most of the actual stories which the grandams told. Yet such things do not easily die quite out, and imagination, working on scattered hints, may be able to devise a picture of an evening's entertainment, such an one as Mrs. Marset's evening conversations, Mr. Joyce's dialogues on chemistry, and somebody else's philosophy and sport made science in earnest, aimed at extinguishing, by substituting for error and superstition, the light of utility and truth, in some such terms as these. Charles, I think, Papa, that I now understand the properties of the lever which you so kindly explained to me on Saturday, but I have been very much puzzled since then in thinking about the pendulum, and have wondered why it is that, when you stop it, the clock does not go on any more. Papa, you young sinner, have you been meddling with the clock in the hall? Come here to me. No, this must be a gloss that has somehow crept into the text. Well, my boy, though I do not wholly approve of your conducting, without my supervision, experiments which may possibly impair the usefulness of a valuable scientific instrument, I will do my best to explain the principles of the pendulum to you. Fetch me a piece of stout whipcord from the drawer in my study. and ask cook to be so good as to lend you one of the weights which she uses in her kitchen. And so we're off. How different the scene in a household to which the beams of science have not yet penetrated. The squire, exhausted by a long day after the partridges and replete with food and drink, is snoring on one side of the fireplace. His old mother sits opposite to him knitting, and the children, Charles and Lucy, not Harry and Lucy, they would never have stood it, are gathered about her knee. Grandmother. Now, my dears, you must be very good and quiet, or you'll wake your father, and you know what'll happen then. Charles. Yes, I know. He'll be woundy cross-tempered and send us off to bed. Grandmother. Stops knitting and speaks with severity. What's that? Fie upon you, Charles. That's not a way to speak. Now, I was going to have told you a story, but if you use such like words, I shan't. Suppressed outcry. Oh, Granny. Hush, hush. Now I believe you have woke your father. Squire, thickly. Look here, mother, if you can't keep them brats quiet. Grandmother. Yes, John, yes. It's too bad. I've been telling them if it happens again, off to bed they shall go. Squire relapses. Grandmother. There now, you see, children, what did I tell you? You must be good and sit still. And I'll tell you what, tomorrow you shall go a blackberrying, and if you bring home a nice basketful, I'll make you some jam. Charles. Oh, yes, Granny, do. And I know where the best blackberries are. I saw 'em today. Grandmother. And where's that, Charles? Charles. Why, in the little lane that goes up past Collins's cottage. Grandmother, laying down her knitting. Charles, whatever you do, don't you dare to pick one single blackberry in that lane. Don't you? No? But there, how should you? What was I thinking of? Well, anyway, you mind what I say. Charles and Lucy. But why, Granny? Why shouldn't we pick 'em there? Grandmother. Hush, hush. Oh, very well then, I'll tell you all about it. Only you mustn't interrupt. Now, let me see. When I was quite a little girl, that lane had a bad name, though it seems people don't remember about it now. And one day, dear me, just as it might be tonight, I told my poor mother when I came home to my supper, a summer evening it was. I told her where I'd been for my walk, and how I'd come back down that lane, and I asked her how it was that there were currant and gooseberry bushes growing in a little patch at the top of the lane. And, oh dear me, such a taking as she was in. She shook me and she slapped me, and says she, You naughty, naughty child, haven't I forbid you 20 times over to set foot in that lane? And here you go dawdling down it at night time, and so forth. And when she'd finished, I was almost too much taken aback to say anything. But I did make her believe that was the first I'd ever heard of it, and that was no more than the truth. And then, to be sure, she was sorry she'd been so short with me, and to make up, she told me the whole story after my supper. And since then I've often heard the same from the old people in the place, and had my own reasons, besides, for thinking there was something in it. Now, up at the far end of that lane, let me see, is it on the right or the left-hand side as you go up? The left-hand side. You'll find a little patch of bushes and rough ground in the field, and something like a broken old hedge roundabout, and you'll notice there's some old gooseberry and currant bushes growing among it, or there used to be, for it's years now since I've been up that way. Well, that means there was a cottage stood there, of course, and in that cottage, before I was born or thought of, there lived a man named Davis. I've heard that he wasn't born in the parish, and it's true there's nobody of that name been living about here since I've known the place. But however that may be, this Mr. Davis lived very much to himself, and very seldom went to the public house, and he didn't work for any of the farmers, having, as it seemed, enough money of his own to get along. But he'd go to the town on market days and take up his letters at the post-house where the mails called. And one day he came back from market, and brought a young man with him. And this young man and he lived together for some long time, and went about together, and whether he just did the work of the house for Mr. Davis, or whether Mr. Davis was his teacher in some way, nobody seemed to know. I've heard he was a pale, ugly young fellow, and hadn't much to say for himself. Well now, what did those two men do with themselves? Of course, I can't tell you half the foolish things that the people got into their heads, and we know, don't we, that you mustn't speak evil when you aren't sure it's true, even when people are dead and gone. But as I said, those two were always about together, late and early, up on the downland and below in the woods, and there was one walk in particular that they'd take regularly once a month, to the place where you've seen that old figure cut out in the hillside. And it was noticed that in the summer-time, when they took that walk, they'd camp out all night, either there or somewhere nearby. I remember once my father, that's your great-grandfather, told me he had spoken to Mr. Davis about it, for it's his land he lived on, and asked him why he was so fond of going there. But he only said, "Oh, it's a wonderful old place, sir, and I've always been fond of the old-fashioned things, and when him, that was his man he meant, and me are together there, it seems to bring back the old times so plain." And my father said, "Well," he said, "it may suit you, but I shouldn't like a lonely place like that in the middle of the night." And Mr. Davis smiled, and the young man who'd been listening said, "Oh, we don't want for company at such times." And my father said he couldn't help thinking Mr. Davis made some kind of sign. And the young man went on quick, as if to mend his words, and said, "That's to say, Mr. Davis and me's company enough for each other, ain't we, master? And then there's a beautiful air there of a summer night, and you can see all the country round under the moon, and it looks so different, seemingly, to what it do in the daytime. Why, all them barrows on the down." And then Mr. Davis cut in, seeming to be out of temper with the lad, and said, "Ah, yes, they're old-fashioned places, ain't they, sir? Now, what would you think was the purpose of them?" And my father said, "Now, dear me, it seems funny, doesn't it, that I should recollect all this? But it took my fancy at the time, and though it's dull perhaps for you, I can't help finishing it out now. Well, he said, 'Why, I've heard, Mr. Davis, that they're all graves, and I know, when I've had occasion to plough up one, there's always been some old bones and pots turned up. But whose graves they are, I don't know. People say the ancient Romans were all about this country at one time, but whether they buried their people like that, I can't tell.' And Mr. Davis shook his head, thinking, and said, 'Ah, to be sure. Well, they look to me to be older like than the ancient Romans, and dressed different. That's to say, according to the pictures, the Romans was in armour, and you didn't never find no armour, did you, sir, by what you said?' And my father was rather surprised, and said, 'I don't know that I mentioned anything about armour, but it's true I don't remember to have found any. But you talk as if you'd seen 'em, Mr. Davis.' And they both of them laughed, Mr. Davis and the young man, and Mr. Davis said, 'Seen 'em, sir? That would be a difficult matter after all these years. Not but what I should like well enough to know more about them old times and people, and what they worshipped and all.' And my father said, 'Worshipped? Well, I dare say they worshipped the old man on the hill.' 'Ah, indeed,' Mr. Davis said. 'Well, I shouldn't wonder.' And my father went on and told them what he'd heard and read about the heathens and their sacrifices, what you'll learn some day for yourself, Charles, when you go to school and begin your Latin. And they seemed to be very much interested, both of them. But my father said he couldn't help thinking the most of what he was saying was no news to them. That was the only time he ever had much talk with Mr. Davis, and it stuck in his mind particularly, he said, the young man's word about not wanting for company, because in those days there was a lot of talk in the villages round about. Why, but for my father interfering, the people here would have ducked an old lady for a witch. Charles. What does that mean, Granny? Ducked an old lady for a witch? Are there witches here now? Grandmother. No, no, dear. Why, whatever made me stray off like that? No, that's quite another affair. What I was going to say was that the people in other places round about believed that some sort of meetings went on at night time on that hill, where the man is, and that those who went there were up to no good. But don't you interrupt me now, for it's getting late. Well, I suppose it was a matter of 3 years that Mr. Davis and this young man went on living together, and then all of a sudden a dreadful thing happened. I don't know if I ought to tell you. Outcries of, "Oh, yes, Granny, you must," etc. Well, then, you must promise not to get frightened and go screaming out in the middle of the night. No, we won't. Of course not. One morning, very early towards the turn of the year, I think it was in September, one of the woodmen had to go up to his work at the top of the long covert, just as it was getting light. And just where there were some few big oaks in a sort of clearing deep in the wood, he saw at a distance a white thing that looked like a man through the mist, and he was in 2 minds about going on. But go on he did, and made out as he came near that it was a man, and more than that, it was Mr. Davis's young man, dressed in a sort of white gown he was, and hanging by his neck to the limb of the biggest oak, quite dead. And near his feet there lay on the ground a hatchet, all in a gore of blood. Well, what a terrible sight that was for anyone to come upon in that lonely place. This poor man was nearly out of his wits. He dropped everything he was carrying and ran as hard as ever he could straight down to the parsonage, and woke them up and told what he'd seen. And old Mr. White, who was the parson then, sent him off to get 2 or 3 of the best men, the blacksmith and the churchwardens and what not, while he dressed himself, and all of them went up to this dreadful place with a horse to lay the poor body on and take it to the house. When they got there, everything was just as the woodman had said, but it was a terrible shock to them all to see how the corpse was dressed, especially to old Mr. White, for it seemed to him to be like a mockery of the church surplice that was on it. Only, he told my father, not the same in the fashion of it. And when they came to take down the body from the oak tree, they found there was a chain of some metal round the neck, and a little ornament like a wheel hanging to it on the front, and it was very old-looking, they said. Now, in the meantime, they had sent off a boy to run to Mr. Davis's house and see whether he was at home, for of course they couldn't but have their suspicions. And Mr. White said they must send to the constable of the next parish, and get a message to another magistrate. He was a magistrate himself, and so there was running hither and thither. But my father, as it happened, was away from home that night, otherwise they would have fetched him first. So then they laid the body across the horse, and they say it was all they could manage to keep the beast from bolting away from the time they were in sight of the tree, for it seemed to be mad with fright. However, they managed to bind the eyes and lead it down through the wood and back into the village street. And there, just by the big tree where the stocks are, they found a lot of the women gathered together, and this boy whom they'd sent to Mr. Davis's house lying in the middle as white as paper, and not a word could they get out of him, good or bad. So they saw there was something worse yet to come, and they made the best of their way up the lane to Mr. Davis's house. And when they got near that, the horse they were leading seemed to go mad again with fear, and reared up and screamed, and struck out with its forefeet, and the man that was leading it was as near as possible being killed, and the dead body fell off its back. So Mr. White bid them get the horse away as quick as might be, and they carried the body straight into the living room, for the door stood open. And then they saw what it was that had given the poor boy such a fright, and they guessed why the horse went mad, for you know horses can't bear the smell of dead blood. There was a long table in the room, more than the length of a man, and on it there lay the body of Mr. Davis. The eyes were bound over with a linen band, and the arms were tied across the back, and the feet were bound together with another band. But the fearful thing was that the breast being quite bare, the bone of it was split through from the top downwards with an axe. Oh, it was a terrible sight. Not one there but turned faint and ill with it, and had to go out into the fresh air. Even Mr. White, who was what you might call a hard nature of a man, was quite overcome, and said a prayer for strength in the garden. At last they laid out the other body as best they could in the room, and searched about to see if they could find out how such a frightful thing had come to pass. And in the cupboards they found a quantity of herbs and jars with liquors, and it came out, when people that understood such matters had looked into it, that some of these liquors were drinks to put a person asleep. And they had little doubt that that wicked young man had put some of this into Mr. Davis's drink, and then used him as he did, and after that the sense of his sin had come upon him, and he had cast himself away. Well, now, you couldn't understand all the law business that had to be done by the coroner and the magistrates, but there was a great coming and going of people over it for the next day or two, and then the people of the parish got together and agreed that they couldn't bear the thought of these two being buried in the churchyard alongside of Christian people. For I must tell you there were papers and writings found in the drawers and cupboards that Mr. White and some other clergymen looked into, and they put their names to a paper that said these men were guilty, by their own allowing, of the dreadful sin of idolatry, and they feared there were some in the neighbouring places that were not free from that wickedness, and called upon them to repent, lest the same fearful thing that was to come to these men should befall them also. And then they burnt those writings. So then, Mr. White was of the same mind as the parishioners, and late one evening 12 men that were chosen went with him to that evil house, and with them they took 2 biers made very roughly for the purpose, and 2 pieces of black cloth, and down at the crossroad, where you take the turn for Bascombe and Wilcombe, there were other men waiting with torches, and a pit dug, and a great crowd of people gathered together from all round about. And the men that went to the cottage went in with their hats on their heads, and 4 of them took the 2 bodies and laid them on the biers, and covered them over with the black cloths, and no one said a word, but they bore them down the lane, and they were cast into the pit, and covered over with stones and earth. And then Mr. White spoke to the people that were gathered together. My father was there, for he had come back when he heard the news, and he said he never should forget the strangeness of the sight, with the torches burning and those 2 black things huddled together in the pit, and not a sound from any of the people, except it might be a child or a woman whimpering with the fright. And so, when Mr. White had finished speaking, they all turned away and left them lying there. They say horses don't like the spot even now, and I've heard there was something of a mist or a light hung about for a long time after, but I don't know the truth of that. But this I do know, that next day my father's business took him past the opening of the lane, and he saw 3 or 4 little knots of people standing at different places along it, seemingly in a state of mind about something. And he rode up to them, and asked what was the matter, and they ran up to him, and said, "Oh, squire, it's the blood! Look at the blood!" and kept on like that. So he got off his horse, and they showed him, and there, in 4 places I think it was, he saw great patches in the road of blood, but he could hardly see it was blood, for almost every spot of it was covered with great black flies that never changed their place or moved. And that blood was what had fallen out of Mr. Davis's body as they bore it down the lane. Well, my father couldn't bear to do more than just take in the nasty sight, so as to be sure of it, and then he said to one of those men that was there, "Do you make haste and fetch a basket, or a barrow full of clean earth out of the churchyard, and spread it over these places, and I'll wait here till you come back." And very soon he came back, and the old man that was sexton with him, with a shovel and the earth in a hand-barrow, and they set it down at the first of the places, and made ready to cast the earth upon it. And as soon as ever they did that, what do you think? The flies that were on it rose up in the air in a kind of a solid cloud, and moved off up the lane towards the house. And the sexton, he was parish clerk as well, stopped and looked at them and said to my father, 'Lord of flies, sir,' and no more would he say. And just the same it was at the other places, every one of them." Charles: "But what did he mean, Granny?" Grandmother: "Well, dear, you remember to ask Mr. Lucas when you go to him for your lesson tomorrow. I can't stop now to talk about it. It's long past bedtime for you already." The next thing was, my father made up his mind no one was going to live in that cottage again, or yet use any of the things that were in it. So, though it was one of the best in the place, he sent round word to the people that it was to be done away with, and anyone that wished could bring a faggot to the burning of it. And that's what was done. They built a pile of wood in the living room, and loosened the thatch so as the fire could take a good hold, and then set it alight. And as there was no brick, only the chimney stack and the oven, it wasn't long before it was all gone. I seem to remember seeing the chimney when I was a little girl, but that fell down of itself at last. Now, this that I've got to is the last bit of all. You may be sure that for a long time the people said Mr. Davis and that young man were seen about, the one of them in the wood and both of them where the house had been, or passing together down the lane, particularly in the spring of the year and at autumn time. I can't speak to that, though if we were sure there are such things as ghosts, it would seem likely that people like that wouldn't rest quiet. But I can tell you this, that one evening in the month of March, just before your grandfather and I were married, we'd been taking a long walk in the woods together and picking flowers and talking as young people will that are courting, and so much taken up with each other that we never took any particular notice where we were going. And on a sudden I cried out, and your grandfather asked what was the matter. The matter was that I'd felt a sharp prick on the back of my hand, and I snatched it to me and saw a black thing on it, and struck it with the other hand and killed it. And I showed it him, and he was a man who took notice of all such things, and he said, 'Well, I've never seen aught like that fly before.' And though to my own eye it didn't seem very much out of the common, I've no doubt he was right. And then we looked about us, and lo and behold, if we weren't in the very lane just in front of the place where that house had stood, and, as they told me after, just where the men set down the biers a minute when they bore them out of the garden gate. You may be sure we made haste away from there. At least I made your grandfather come away quick, for I was wholly upset at finding myself there. But he would have lingered about out of curiosity, if I'd have let him. Whether there was anything about there more than we could see, I shall never be sure. Perhaps it was partly the venom of that horrid fly's bite that was working in me that made me feel so strange. For dear me, how that poor arm and hand of mine did swell up, to be sure. I'm afraid to tell you how large it was round, and the pain of it too. Nothing my mother could put on it had any power over it at all, and it wasn't till she was persuaded by our old nurse to get the wise man over at Bascombe to come and look at it that I got any peace at all. But he seemed to know all about it, and said I wasn't the first that had been taken that way. 'When the sun's gathering his strength,' he said, 'and when he's in the height of it, and when he's beginning to lose his hold, and when he's in his weakness, them that haunts about that lane had best to take heed to themselves.' But what it was he bound on my arm, and what he said over it, he wouldn't tell us. After that, I soon got well again, but since then I've heard often enough of people suffering much the same as I did. Only of late years it doesn't seem to happen but very seldom, and maybe things like that do die out in the course of time. But that's the reason, Charles, why I say to you that I won't have you gathering me blackberries, no, nor eating them either in that lane. And now you know all about it, I don't fancy you'll want to yourself. There. Off to bed you go this minute. What's that, Lucy? A light in your room? The idea of such a thing. You get yourself undressed at once and say your prayers. And perhaps if your father doesn't want me when he wakes up, I'll come and say good night to you. And you, Charles, if I hear anything of you frightening your little sister on the way up to your bed, I shall tell your father that very moment, and you know what happened to you the last time." The door closes, and Granny, after listening intently for a minute or two, resumes her knitting. The squire still slumbers. Masquerade by Merle Prout. "May I cut in, please?" It was as simple as that. Yet, for all the gay masquerade throng, Donald shivered at the voice. He looked at the intruder and was not reassured. Tall and gaunt, the man was clad in the long flowing robes of a priest of ancient Egypt. His eyes were shaded, nearly covered by the black hood of his mask, but as he looked into them, Donald had the uncanny impression of looking across a great and dark void. Below the line of the mask, the face was thin and creased, yellowed like old parchment. With the barest trace of a smile, the intruder bowed and said again, "If you don't mind." Donald hesitated. Strangely, he felt his partner would not object if he were to refuse the very usual request. But to refuse would be unthinkable. He released his partner, and in a moment the tall man had whirled her away. Yet Donald was aware of her gaze upon him as he threaded across the crowded floor. Away from the dancers, he paused and looked for the first time at the card she had slipped into his hand. Leonora Starr. The name was printed in simple pica type. Beyond that, the card was blank. He frowned at first, then smiled. She so obviously expected him to see her again. He recalled with pleasure her lithe surrender to his arms while they danced, the warmth with which she had pressed the small card into his hand. Who was she, he wondered. The name Leonora Starr told him nothing. They had met less than 5 minutes before, and even then had spoken but little. The music of the waltz rose to a higher, more exciting strain. Donald searched the crowd with his eyes until he found her, still dancing with the mysterious stranger. They were at the south end of the ballroom now, near the door that led into the garden. The tall man, Donald noted, danced gracefully but stiffly, as though he had once been an excellent dancer, but was now long out of practice. Across the crowd, Donald caught Leonora's eye, and something flashed between them. An appeal, he thought it was. His pulse raced while he stared across the intervening space, and then his glance clashed with that of the giant. He was conscious of the same chilling sensation at the pit of his stomach, as though he were falling, felt the same prickling at the roots of his hair. Then, in another whirl of the dance, the man had turned away. A little group of people nearby was not dancing. Donald strolled toward them, halted halfway, and looked back across the floor. He felt a light touch at his elbow. "That man who tagged you, who is he?" said Betty Cosgrove as he turned. She was obviously agitated. "I've been wondering. Doesn't anyone know?" "No, except that he wasn't invited." "Are you sure? It might be just the costume." "No, none of the guests is so tall. Besides, he wasn't announced." She shuddered. He looks like a death's head or a mummy. If he asks me to dance, I'll faint." Abruptly, the music ceased, to be replaced by the hum of voices and scattered applause. Apprehensive now, in spite of himself, Donald shouldered his way through the crowd in search of Leonora. She was not on the floor. Hurriedly, he surveyed the guests again. The man, too, had disappeared. The garden, perhaps? Quickly he stepped to the door. There was no moon, but the garden was dimly lighted by a single Japanese lantern hung near the center. Donald could see no one. Dense shrubbery bordered the walks, and in the far corner a thick grove of trees loomed black in the shadows. He drew a deep breath and walked swiftly toward it. Behind him the music began again, a haunting Viennese melody in waltz time. He looked back at the lighted windows. People in their brilliant costumes were again taking the floor. No one else had come out after him. To all appearances, he was alone in the garden. He hesitated, half-minded to turn back. Fool's errand. Suddenly, above the music, he heard a woman scream, a muffled scream that was not repeated. It came from the grove of trees. His heart leaping, he turned and ran toward it, searching his pockets for a weapon as he went. There was none. He reached the trees. It was not as dark there as it had seemed. The level rays of the Japanese lantern, though dim, shone redly through the shadows. Suddenly, in his haste, he stumbled over a creeper of vine, and, catching himself, stopped short at the sight before him. At this spot, the heavy growth of trees gave way to a circular clearing, and the ground was covered by a lush carpet of grass. The light of the Japanese lantern seemed to filter undiminished through the trees, and become amplified at this spot, so that everything which occurred was as clear to the watcher as in the light of day. And at the very center of the circle, at the top of a small rise, was the horrifying tableau. Leonora was lying on her side, her face half buried in the grass. Over her, his knee on her shoulder, his left hand covering her mouth, was the tall man in the priestly robe. In his right hand, he held aloft a glittering knife with a long curved blade, which he held poised in a perpetual threat. He had not yet struck. The man, dishevelled by the struggle, could be seen better now. From the arm which held the knife aloft, the robe had fallen away, revealing it to the shoulder. It was thin as bone. It had the appearance of bone, stretched tightly over, with a yellow, parchment-like skin. His headdress was lost, revealing a smooth, hairless head which seemed deathly white even in the red rays of the lantern. The mask, too, was gone, and his eyes. In the shadows they appeared like something which Donald, if he were to remain sane, dared not think about. A cold perspiration beaded his skin. Donald looked about him for a weapon, while the two before him held the same motionless pose. A stone, a broken limb of a tree, any weapon would suffice. If only the demon did not strike, if only Leonora could hold him back a moment longer. In his excitement, he never wondered why he had not already done so, why, if he wished to kill, he had not killed and fled minutes before. Nor did he wonder how Leonora, facing death, could wait for it so passively. If he had stopped to think of those things, to realize their meaning, perhaps he might have noticed other, more obvious circumstances, that the music, which had sounded so loudly in the garden a few seconds before, had died to nothing the moment he had entered the hellish grove, that the light breeze from out of the west no longer fanned his cheek, and now did not even rustle the leaves of the trees, that the very starlight seemed to drip unwillingly through the interlaced branches overhead. 20 feet to the left, Donald saw a spade leaning against a tree. He started for it, but at that moment a sudden burst of activity on the part of Leonora freed her mouth, and she called weakly, "Quickly, help!" Being young, Donald could not resist that appeal. He left the spade untouched, and turned and ran to fling himself against the gaunt attacker. With a single bound, the other rose to meet his attack, the knife drawn to strike, the lips snarling. The girl, too, rose to her feet and stood. "Back to the house, Leonora! Run!" shouted Donald. He had halted, crouched ready to spring, 10 feet from the towering skeleton before him. But the girl stood still, apparently tense with excitement. "You must kill him," she hissed, "or he'll kill me." "Who is he?" Donald rasped. "He's a priest," she lied. "His name is Osman." Donald knew that she was lying, though he could not tell how he knew it, nor why she was. "Go to the house," he said again, "and send some men out. I'll keep him here." A sardonic smile twisted the features of Osman. "You don't want me alone," he taunted. In that instant it happened. Leonora had crept up behind the priest. Suddenly she charged him, grasped the hand that held the knife. The priest swung upon her, ready to crash a heavy fist upon her face. Donald rushed in. He caught the blow in the chest. It staggered him. Then, with all his power, he flung himself forward and closed. Donald was athletic. In college, he had been a member of the wrestling team, had been rated fair at boxing. But he knew in a second that he had underrated his opponent. The arms of this fleshless skeleton were like bands of steel, the legs as firm as if rooted in the ground. Suddenly, Osman laughed. He tossed the knife from him, picked Donald up bodily, whirled him through the air until he was dizzy, then threw him to the ground with stunning force. Then he dropped quickly upon him and pinned his arms to the ground. Donald lay on his back in the grass, helpless, staring up at the twin caverns of the monster's eyes. A wave of revulsion shook him, left him weak and pale, his body wet with sweat. Those eyes again! Was he insane? But he knew that he was not. This was real. This was happening. Back there, behind those trees, was the ballroom, and a gay throng, and music and laughter. And here, this. His mind, stimulated by terror, worked fast. The knife. It had been lost in the struggle. Then, surely, Leonora. He twisted his head to look for her. She was standing on his left, 10 feet away, her eyes shining, her lips slightly parted. He called to her. "Find the knife, and hurry," he said. She made no reply, but stood smiling, neutral. A gleam in the grass near her caught his eye. "What's the matter? It's there at your feet. Help me," he shouted. As she made no move, he realized that she would not, that what was to be done he must do for himself. A black rage gave new strength to his arms. She must be in league with the priest. She had confessed to knowing him. He saw now that he had been lured into this unequal contest. But why? The priest tightened his hold on Donald's arms again, so that Donald writhed with the pain. "Why are you holding me? What do you want?" he cried at last. "Only your body," said Osman softly. His body? The man was insane. If only he could reach the knife, if he could get an arm free. He feigned a struggle, edging toward the knife as he fought. When he was again overcome, he was 2 feet nearer. He rested. Then another struggle, another 2 feet gained. He had a feeling the priest was playing with him, as a cat plays with a mouse, encouraging him to escape and then dashing his hopes. Well, there might be a surprise. 2 more pretended struggles, and the knife was within his reach. Now, if an arm were free. Suddenly, the priest bent his head low, so that his fetid breath seared the nostrils of the prostrate man. "I'm going to kill you now," he said. Simultaneously, he loosed Donald's arms and clutched his neck with bony fingers. Donald felt the breath in his lungs pent up, fighting for escape while he flailed his left arm in search of the knife. He grasped the smooth handle, balanced it a moment in his hand. He focused his staring eyes upon the figure leaning low over him, aimed his blow well. As he struck, the priest inclined his head to the left, leaving a clean path for the knife. It severed the veins in his neck. At once, Donald felt his body galvanized as from an electric shock. He was aware of a mighty force penetrating his brain. Red flashes seemed to shoot from the priest's eyes, to play into his own. Giddiness and nausea as in a violent earthquake racked his consciousness. And then, for a moment, he fainted away. When he again opened his eyes, the scene was, to all appearances, unchanged. Over him were the same trees, the same— He raised his hand to a gutting pain in his throat, felt something warm spurt over it. He looked. Blood. But surely this was not his own hand. This was thin and bony. The garment which covered the arm was not his own either, but white and flowing, the garment of a priest. The words of Osman resounded in his brain like a death knell. "I want your body." And now his dimming eyes beheld a scene which tore his soul with despair. A man, clad as he had been, with the same proud tilt of the head, the same athletic carriage, but with eyes which glittered strangely now in the pale light, stepped toward a beautiful girl. "Come, Leonora," he said, in a voice which Donald recognized as his own. "It is time to go." She looked at him with a slow smile. "You really are very, very handsome, Osman," she answered. And as the eyes of the prostrate figure slowly filmed in death, the now perfectly matched pair looked back at him and laughed with wild abandon. At the Gate by Myla Jo Closser. A shaggy Airedale scented his way along the high road. He had not been there before, but he was guided by the trail of his brethren who had preceded him. He had gone unwillingly upon this journey, yet with a perfect training of dogs he had accepted it without complaint. The path had been lonely, and his heart would have failed him, travelling as he must without his people, had not these traces of countless dogs before him promised companionship of a sort at the end of the road. The landscape had appeared arid at first, for the translation from recent agony into freedom from pain had been so numbing in its swiftness that it was some time before he could fully appreciate the pleasant dog country through which he was passing. There were woods with leaves upon the ground through which to scurry, long grassy slopes for extended runs, and lakes into which he might plunge for sticks and bring them back to— But he did not complete his thought, for the boy was not with him. A little wave of homesickness possessed him. It made his mind easier to see far ahead, a great gate as high as the heavens, wide enough for all. He understood that only man built such barriers, and by straining his eyes he fancied he could discern humans passing through to whatever lay beyond. He broke into a run, that he might the more quickly gain this enclosure made beautiful by men and women, but his thoughts outran his pace, and he remembered that he had left the family behind. And again this lovely new compound became not perfect, since it would lack the family. The scent of the dogs grew very strong now, and coming nearer, he discovered to his astonishment that of the myriads of those who had arrived ahead of him, thousands were still gathered on the outside of the portal. They sat in a wide circle, spreading out on each side of the entrance, big, little, curly, handsome, mongrel, thoroughbred dogs of every age, complexion, and personality. All were apparently waiting for someone, and at the pad of the Airedale's feet on the hard road, they arose and looked in his direction. That the interest passed as soon as they discovered the newcomer to be a dog puzzled him. In his former dwelling-place, a four-footed brother was greeted with enthusiasm when he was a friend, with suspicious diplomacy when a stranger, and with sharp reproof when an enemy, but never had he been utterly ignored. He remembered something that he had read many times on great buildings with lofty entrances. "Dogs not admitted," the signs had said, and he feared this might be the reason for the waiting circle outside the gate. It might be that this noble portal stood as the dividing line between mere dogs and humans, but he had been a member of the family, romping with them in the living room, sitting at meals with them in the dining room, going upstairs at night with them, and the thought that he was to be kept out would be unendurable. He despised the passive dogs. They should be treating a barrier after the fashion of their old country, leaping against it, barking and scratching the nicely painted door. He bounded up the last little hill to set them an example, for he was still full of the rebellion of the world. But he found no door to leap against. He could see beyond the entrance dear masses of people, yet no dog crossed the threshold. They continued in their patient ring, their gaze upon the winding road. He now advanced cautiously to examine the gate. It occurred to him that it must be fly time in this region, and he did not wish to make himself ridiculous before all these strangers by trying to bolt through an invisible mesh like the one that had baffled him when he was a little chap. Yet there were no screens, and despair entered his soul. What bitter punishment these poor beasts must have suffered before they learned to stay on this side the arch that led to human beings. What had they done on earth to merit this? Stolen bones troubled his conscience, runaway days, sleeping in the best chair until the key clicked in the lock. These were sins. At that moment, an English bull-terrier, white, with liver-coloured spots and a jaunty manner, approached him, snuffling in a friendly way. No sooner had the bull-terrier smelt his collar than he fell to expressing his joy at meeting him. The Airedale's reserve was quite thawed by this welcome, though he did not know just what to make of it. I know you, exclaimed the bull-terrier, adding inconsequentially, What's your name? Tam O'Shanter. They call me Tammy, was the answer, with a pardonable break in the voice. I know them, said the bull-terrier. Nice folks. Best ever, said the Airedale, trying to be nonchalant and scratching a flea which was not there. I don't remember you. When did you know them? About 14 tags ago, when they were first married. We keep track of time here by the license tags. I had 4. This is my first and only one. You were before my time, I guess. He felt young and shy. Come for a walk and tell me all about them, was his new friend's invitation. Aren't we allowed in there? Asked Tam, looking toward the gate. Sure, you can go in whenever you want to. Some of us do at first, but we don't stay. Like it better outside? No, it isn't that. Then why are all you fellows hanging around here? Any old dog can see it's better beyond the arch. You see, we're waiting for our folks to come. The Airedale grasped it at once, and nodded understandingly. I felt that way when I came along the road. It wouldn't be what it's supposed to be without them. It wouldn't be the perfect place. Not to us, said the bull-terrier. Fine, I've stolen bones, but it must be that I have been forgiven if I'm to see them here again. It's the great good place, all right. But look here, he added, as a new thought struck him. Do they wait for us? The elder inhabitant coughed in slight embarrassment. The humans couldn't do that very well. It wouldn't be the thing to have them hang around outside for just a dog. Not dignified. Quite right, agreed Tam. I'm glad they go straight to their mansions. I'd hate to have them missing me as I'm missing them. He sighed. But then they wouldn't have to wait so long. Oh, well, they're getting on. Don't be discouraged, comforted the terrier. And in the meantime, it's like a big hotel in summer, watching the new arrivals. See, there is something doing now. All the dogs were aroused to excitement by a little figure making its way uncertainly up the last slope. Half of them started to meet it, crowding about in a loving, eager pack. Look out, don't scare it, cautioned the older animals, while word was passed to those farthest from the gate. Quick, quick, a baby's come. Before they had entirely assembled, however, a gaunt yellow hound pushed through the crowd, gave one sniff at the small child, and with a yelp of joy crouched at its feet. The baby embraced the hound in recognition, and the two moved toward the gate. Just outside, the hound stopped to speak to an aristocratic St. Bernard who had been friendly. Sorry to leave you, old fellow, he said, but I'm going in to watch over the kid. You see, I'm all she has up here. The bull-terrier looked at the Airedale for appreciation. That's the way we do it, he said proudly. Yes, but... The Airedale put his head on one side in perplexity. Yes, but what? Asked the guide. The dogs that don't have any people, the nobody's dogs. That's the best of all. Oh, everything is thought out here. Crouch down, you must be tired. And watch, said the bull-terrier. Soon they spied another small form making the turn in the road. He wore a Boy Scout's uniform, but he was a little fearful for all that, so new was this adventure. The dogs rose again and snaffled, but the better groomed of the circle held back, and in their place a pack of odds and ends of the company ran down to meet him. The Boy Scout was reassured by their friendly attitude, and after petting them impartially, he chose an old-fashioned black and tan, and the two passed in. Tam looked questioningly. "They didn't know each other," he exclaimed. "But they've always wanted to. That's one of the boys who used to beg for a dog, but his father wouldn't let him have one. So all our strays wait for just such little fellows to come along. Every boy gets a dog, and every dog gets a master." "I expect the boy's father would like to know that now," commented the Airedale. "No doubt he thinks quite often, 'I wish I'd let him have a dog.'" The bull terrier laughed. "You're pretty near the earth yet, aren't you?" Tam admitted it. "I've a lot of sympathy with fathers and with boys, having them both in the family, and a mother as well." The bull terrier leaped up in astonishment. "You don't mean to say they keep a boy?" "Sure. Greatest boy on earth. 10 this year." "Well, well, this is news. I wish they kept a boy when I was there." The Airedale looked at his new friend intently. "See here, who are you?" he demanded. But the other hurried on. "I used to run away from them just to play with a boy. They'd punish me, and I always wanted to tell them it was their fault for not getting one." "Who are you, anyway?" repeated Tam. "Talking all this interest in me, too. Whose dog were you?" "You've already guessed. I see it in your quivering snout. I'm the old dog that had to leave them about 10 years ago." "Their old dog, Bully?" "Yes, I'm Bully." They nosed each other with deeper affection, then strolled about the glade shoulder to shoulder. Bully the more eagerly pressed for news. "Tell me, how are they getting along?" "Very well indeed. They've paid for the house." I suppose you occupy the kennel?" "No. They said they couldn't stand it to see another dog in your old place." Bully stopped to howl gently. "That touches me. It's generous in you to tell it. To think they missed me." For a little while they went on in silence, but as evening fell and the light from the golden streets inside of the city gave the only glow to the scene, Bully grew nervous and suggested that they go back. "We can't see so well at night, and I like to be pretty close to the path, especially toward morning." Tam assented. "And I will point them out. You might not know them just at first." "Oh, we know them. Sometimes the babies have so grown up, they're rather hazy in their recollection of how we look. They think we're bigger than we are, but you can't fool us dogs." "It's understood," Tam cunningly arranged, "that when he or she arrives, you'll sort of make them feel at home while I wait for the boy?" "That's the best plan," assented Bully, kindly. "And if by any chance the little fellow should come first, there's been a lot of them this summer. Of course you'll introduce me?" "I shall be proud to do it." And so, with muzzles sunk between their paws, and with their eyes straining down the pilgrim's road, they wait outside the gate. Lucy Comes to Stay by Robert Bloch. "You can't go on this way." Lucy kept her voice down low, because she knew the nurse had her room just down the hall from mine, and I wasn't supposed to see any visitors. "But George is doing everything he can. Poor dear, I hate to think of what all those doctors and specialists are costing him, and the sanatorium bill too. And now that nurse, that Miss Higgins, staying here every day. It won't do any good. You know it won't." Lucy didn't sound like she was arguing with me. She knew. That's because Lucy is smarter than I am. Lucy wouldn't have started the drinking and gotten into such a mess in the first place. So it was about time I listened to what she said. "Look, Vi," she murmured, "I hate to tell you this. You aren't well, you know. But you're going to find out one of these days anyway, and you might as well hear it from me." "What is it, Lucy?" "About George and the doctors. They don't think you're going to get well." She paused. "They don't want you to." "Oh, Lucy, listen to me, you little fool. Why do you suppose they sent you to that sanatorium in the first place? They said it was to take the cure, so you took it. All right, you're cured then. But you'll notice that you still have the doctor coming every day, and George makes you stay here in your room, and that Miss Higgins, who's supposed to be a special nurse, you know what she is, don't you? She's a guard." I couldn't say anything. I just sat there and blinked. I wanted to cry, but I couldn't, because deep down inside I knew that Lucy was right. "Just try to get out of here," Lucy said. "You'll see how fast she locks the door on you. All that talk about special diets and rest doesn't fool me. Look at yourself. You're as well as I am. You ought to be getting out, seeing people, visiting your friends." "But I have no friends," I reminded her. "Not after that party. Not after what I did." "That's a lie," Lucy nodded. "That's what George wants you to think. Why, you have hundreds of friends, Vi. They still love you. They tried to see you at the hospital, and George wouldn't let them in. They sent flowers to the sanatorium, and George told the nurses to burn them." "He did? He told the nurses to burn the flowers?" "Of course. Look, Vi, it's about time you face the truth. George wants them to think you're sick. George wants you to think you're sick. Why? Because then he can put you away for good. Not in a private sanatorium, but in the— No." I began to shake. I couldn't stop shaking. It was ghastly, but it proved something. They told me at the sanatorium, the doctors told me, that if I took the cure I wouldn't get the shakes anymore, or the dreams, or any of the other things. Yet here it was. I was shaking again. "Shall I tell you some more?" Lucy whispered. "Shall I tell you what they're putting in your food? Shall I tell you about George and Miss Higgins?" "But she's older than he is, and besides, he'd never—" Lucy laughed. "Stop it," I yelled. "All right, but don't yell, you little fool. Do you want Miss Higgins to come in? She thinks I'm taking a nap. She gave me a sedative. Lucky I dumped it out." Lucy frowned. "Vi, I've got to get you away from here, and there isn't much time." She was right. There wasn't much time. Seconds, minutes, hours, days, weeks. How long had it been since I'd had a drink? "We'll sneak off," Lucy said. "We could take a room together where they wouldn't find us. I'll nurse you until you're well." "But rooms cost money. You have that $50 George gave you for a party dress." "Why, Lucy," I said, "how did you know that?" "You told me ages ago, dear." "Poor thing. You don't remember things very well, do you? All the more reason for trusting me." I nodded. I could trust Lucy, even though she was responsible, in a way, for me starting to drink. She just had thought it would cheer me up when George brought all his high-class friends to the house, and we went out to impress his clients. Lucy had tried to help. I could trust her. I must trust her. "We can leave as soon as Miss Higgins goes tonight," Lucy was saying. "We'll wait until George is asleep, eh? Why not get dressed now, and I'll come back for you." I got dressed. It isn't easy to dress when you have the shakes, but I did it. I even put on some makeup and trimmed my hair a little with the big scissors. Then I looked at myself in the mirror and said out loud, "Why, you can't tell, can you?" "Of course not," said Lucy. "You look radiant, positively radiant." I stood there smiling, and the sun was going down, just shining through the window on the scissors in a way that hurt my eyes, and all at once I was so sleepy. "George will be here soon, and Miss Higgins will leave," Lucy said. "I'd better go now. Why don't you rest until I come for you?" "Yes," I said. "You'll be very careful, won't you?" "Very careful," Lucy whispered, and tiptoed out quietly. I lay down on the bed, and then I was sleeping, really sleeping for the first time in weeks, sleeping so the scissors wouldn't hurt my eyes, the way George hurt me inside when he wanted to shut me up in the asylum so he and Miss Higgins could make love on my bed and laugh at me the way they all laughed, except Lucy, and she would take care of me. She knew what to do now. I could trust her when George came, and I must sleep, and nobody can blame you for what you think in your sleep or do in your sleep. It was all right until I had the dreams, and even then I didn't really worry about them, because a dream is only a dream, and when I was drunk I had a lot of dreams. When I woke up, I had the shakes again, but it was Lucy shaking me, standing there in the dark shaking me. I looked around and saw that the door to my room was open, but Lucy didn't bother to whisper. She stood there with the scissors in her hand and called to me. "Come on, let's hurry." "What are you doing with the scissors?" I asked. "Cutting the telephone wires, silly. I got into the kitchen after Miss Higgins left and dumped some of that sedative into George's coffee. Remember, I told you the plan." I couldn't remember now, but I knew it was all right. Lucy and I went out through the hall, past George's room, and he never stirred. Then we went downstairs and out the front door, and the streetlights hurt my eyes. Lucy made me hurry right along, though. We took a streetcar around the corner. This was the difficult part, getting away. Once we were out of the neighborhood, there'd be no worry. The wires were cut. The lady at the rooming house on the south side didn't know about the wires being cut. She didn't know about me either, because Lucy got the room. Lucy marched in bold as brass and laid my $50 down on the desk. The rent was $12.50 a week in advance, and Lucy didn't even ask to see the room. I guess that's why the landlady wasn't worried about baggage. We got upstairs and locked the door, and then I had the shakes again. Lucy said, "Vi, cut it out." "But I can't help it. What'll I do now, Lucy? Oh, what'll I do? Why did I ever—" "Shut up." Lucy opened my purse and pulled something out. I had been wondering why my purse felt so heavy, but I never dreamed about the secret. She held the secret up. It glittered under the light, like the scissors, only this was a nice glittering, a golden glittering. "A whole pint," I gasped. "Where did you get it?" "From the cupboard downstairs, naturally. You knew George still keeps the stuff around. I slipped it into your purse just in case." I had the shakes, but I got that bottle open in 10 seconds. One of my fingernails broke, and then the stuff was burning and warming and softening. "Pig," said Lucy. "You know I have to have it," I whispered. "That's why you brought it." "I don't like to see you drink," Lucy answered. "I never drink, and I don't like to see you hang one on either. Please, Lucy, just this once. Why can't you take a shot and then leave it alone? That's all I ask. Just this once, Lucy. I have to. I won't sit here and watch you make a spectacle of yourself. You know what always happens. Another mess." I took another gulp. The bottle was half empty. "I did all I could for you, Vi, but if you don't stop now, I'm going." That made me pause. "You couldn't do that to me. I need you, Lucy. Until I'm straightened out, anyway." Lucy laughed, the way I didn't like. "Straightened out. That's a hot one. Talking about straightening out with a bottle in your hand. It's no use, Vi. Here I do everything I can for you. I stop at nothing to get you away, and you're off on another. Please, you know I can't help it." "Oh, yes, you can help it, Vi. But you don't want to. You've always had to make a choice, you know. George or the bottle, me or the bottle, and the bottle always wins. I think deep down inside you hate George. You hate me. You're my best friend." "Nuts." Lucy talked vulgar sometimes when she got really mad, and she was mad now. It made me so nervous I had another drink. "Oh, I'm good enough for you when you're in trouble, or have nobody else around to talk to. I'm good enough to lie for you, pull you out of your messes, but I've never been good enough for your friends, for George. And I can't even win over a bottle of rot-gut whiskey. It's no use, Vi. What I've done for you today you'll never know, and it isn't enough. Keep your lousy whiskey, I'm going." I know I started to cry. I tried to get up, but the room was turning round and round. Then Lucy was walking out the door, and I dropped the bottle, and the light kept shining the way it did on the scissors, and I closed my eyes and dropped after the bottle to the floor. When I woke up, they were all pestering me, the landlady and the doctor and Miss Higgins, and the man who said he was a policeman. I wondered if Lucy had gone to them and betrayed me, but when I asked, the doctor said no. They just discovered me through a routine check-up on hotels and rooming houses, after they found George's body in his bed, with my scissors in his throat. All at once I knew what Lucy had done, and why she ran out on me that way. She knew they'd find me and call it murder. So I told them about her, and how it must have happened. I even figured out how Lucy managed to get my fingerprints on the scissors. But Miss Higgins said she'd never seen Lucy in my house, and the landlady told a lie and said I had registered for the room alone, and the man from the police just laughed when I kept begging him to find Lucy and make her tell the truth. Only the doctor seemed to understand, and when we were alone together in the little room, he asked me all about her and what she looked like, and I told him. Then he brought over the mirror and held it up and asked me if I could see her, and sure enough, she was standing right behind me, laughing. I could see her in the mirror, and I told the doctor so, and he said yes, he thought he understood now. So it was all right after all, even when I got the shakes just then and dropped the mirror, so that the little jagged pieces hurt my eyes to look at. It was all right. Lucy was back with me now, and she wouldn't ever go away any more. She'd stay with me forever. I knew that. I knew it, because even though the light hurt my eyes, Lucy began to laugh. After a minute, I began to laugh too, and then the two of us were laughing together. We couldn't stop even when the doctor went away. We just stood there against the bars, Lucy and I, laughing like crazy. The Last Incarnation by Wallace West. He sat upon a lichen-covered stone, this grey ghost of what once had been a man, and stared greedily at the dim scene before him. It was a boy's bedroom into which he peered, as through a dark curtain. An 8-year-old tot lay writhing there in the torment of fever. Over him bent a grey-haired physician, his fingers upon the fluttering pulse. Nearby sat the parents, the mother asleep of exhaustion in her chair, the father, his eyes wide and dry, seeming to be throwing every effort of his will toward aiding the tortured little body on the bed. "Do you think he has a chance, Doctor?" whispered the father, brushing his hand across his face as though the moth-like wings of death had brushed him. "Perhaps," responded the physician. "This is the crisis. If he rallies, we can save him." Crouched on his rock close beside the tumbled bed, and yet as immeasurably distant from the room as if he had been on the farthest star, the shadow licked its lips and waited, talons half outstretched as if to throttle the frail form between the sheets. "Save him," sneered the phantom. "Oh yes, by all means, you mustn't let him die." He looked about him. Despite the fact that it was broad daylight in the sick room, this region in which the naked wraith crouched vulture-like upon its rock was shrouded in almost impenetrable gloom. Here and there could be discerned floating blobs of red phosphorescence. Not far away loomed what appeared to be a wall of rock which extended upward into the darkness. The faint gleams which now and then drifted by served to illuminate stretches of broken ground thickly strewn with boulders. The creature on the rock turned its attention again to the sick room. There was no change. The thermometer in the doctor's hand indicated that the fever had crept up a degree in the past hour. "Well, let it rise," smirked the ghost. "Let the heat creep up until it drive the boy's spirit, his soul, if you please, out into that vast land of shadows from which some return strangely changed, and others return not at all. The thing's talons suddenly curled in fury. Why should he wander in these cursed glades, playing silly mad pranks with those others who also had lost the right to possess that greatest of treasures, a body? A body soft and warm and strong, capable of strange pleasures and sweeter vices. He deserved something better than this. He had been a king in his day. Still hungrily eyeing the bed, the ghost's fancy flitted back to those times when he had ruled, drunk deeply, lusted with fair women, slaughtered and schemed out in that pleasant world of sunshine, of which he now could catch glimpses only at high noon. He thought of sunny Italy when he, as Cesare Borgia, Duke of Romagna and Valentinois, had ruled with a bloody hand. That was clever, the way he had poisoned his pretty brother-in-law, the Duke of Bisceglie. He shouted with gleeful laughter at the memory. In the sick room, the father started and looked out of the window, as though he had heard some evil sound, whereat the ghost laughed harder. That was Goode, looking out the window, and he sitting right by the bed. His thoughts wandered back again into the old pleasant lives he had lived before the law of karma began to get its fateful hold upon him. 140 men and 6 women had climbed the scaffold while he ruled Florence as Cosimo de' Medici, besides the countless others who had died by the daggers and poisons of his gay assassins. That time when he had been an inquisitioner also sent his hands rasping against each other in glee. But the old brave days had gone from him during recent incarnations. The mountain of evil karma, which he had been building up since the days of Nineveh and Babylon, had borne him slowly downward during these last centuries. He shivered at the thought of the few short years when he had crawled and snivelled about the rice flats of Shantung as a coolie. His last life had been worse than that, though, spent among the off-scourings of Limehouse. And then, after a knife had been driven between his ribs in a waterfront brawl, he had awakened in this foul place, where it was borne upon him by the brood which inhabited the fetid hills and valleys, that there would be no more sweet bodies entrusted to his care. He had been tried, generation after generation, and found wanting. Each time his sins had dragged him a little farther down. Each time he had been given a chance to improve, and each time he had tossed it away for gold and fair women and power. This was the end, they said. He would linger on a few years or centuries or eons, and finally what was left of his soul would wither away, cut off as it was from the light of the sun, that giver of all life. And he would float about forever as one of those phosphorescent astral corpses which furnish the only light in this infernal region. Suddenly, the wraith leaped to its feet. On the bed, the boy had stirred and shouted incoherently in delirium. Had the time come? But the frenzy passed, and the onlooker resumed his seat on the slimy lava block. Well, he resumed his meditation. Why hadn't they let him know what he had been doing? Of what use this ability to remember his past blunders now that it was too late? He could have been a good man. Really, there had been much good in him, at least at first. Although a good many people died sudden and painful deaths, in Florence and Romagna and Valentinois, the people had built monuments to Borgia and de' Medici after their deaths. Wasn't the Inquisitioner upholding the hands of the Church? His mood changed. No, he had been lying to himself. He had gone down the wide purple way for the pure joy of it, bending people to his iron will to test his power, being cruel because life was short and one was a long time dead. And now, in this Ultima Thule, he had discovered suddenly that he had guessed wrong, that instead one was a long time alive. For a while, indeed, he had even enjoyed playing tricks on good spiritualists, giving malicious messages through their mediums, causing Ouija boards to write obscene words which startled gentle maiden ladies trying to get in touch with their dear departeds. But memories of the old brave days in Italy had spoiled such vicarious evil-doing for him. First, he had become bored. Then, when a leering companion whispered one day that there was no way out, that there would be no more incarnations, that he was in a hell more real than that envisioned by any inquisitioner, he had gone mad and howled about the stony glens and ledges like those poor things making their last struggle against dissolution into phosphorescence. But there was a way out. A cunning little thing with 3 legs and a gaunt, twisted head had whispered it to him one day, as he lay beating his head against a rock in the darkness. "Listen," it had simpered. "Wait until some human is in the last throes of sickness and has relaxed his will to live. Wait until he is driven out of his body and mind by burning fever. Then break the slender thread which binds body and soul together. Replace his spirit with your own. Many of us have done it. It means 1 life more, at least. And if you do it once, you can continue indefinitely. It is the one loophole in their armor. But if you try and fail, you will never have another chance." And the malformed thing had winked one roomy eye at him and slithered away. So he crouched here in the sick room, bent on doing the foulest deed of all his thousands of incarnations, bent on casting an innocent soul into outer darkness and inserting his soul spirit into its shrinking body. But he defended himself. He had never been given a chance. Take that last life, when as Barry Spivens he had thieved from London wharfs and died with a rusty knife in his lung. What had started him that time on what the mission preachers called the downward path? His eyes envisioned the night when his drunken father had kicked him out of the house into a blizzard. He had crouched against the door, begging and pleading to come in, until he slumped down in the snow and knew nothing more. He had lost an ear and several fingers and toes from frostbite that night, and had consecrated himself to crime and murder as a revenge against the bitter world under the tutelage of a wharf rat who had found him and carried him home to a shack beneath the wharves. He fancied he could still hear his own childish voice whimpering, "Daddy, I'm cold, Daddy. Please let me in, Daddy. Please let me." What had once been Barry Spivens came to itself with a start. The poignancy of that memory had made him forget his purpose for a moment. In the sick room, the figure on the bed was lying quite still, while the doctor bent over it, an ear to the heart. Then Spivens heard again the cry, which he had thought to be an echo from his own childhood. "Please, Daddy, I'm awful cold. Oh, Daddy, where are you? I'm scared." The voice rose to a wailing, agonized scream. Spivens leaped from his rock. The expected had happened. Spirit and body had become divided by the intense heat of fever. The boy was wandering temporarily across the border of his own dark land. Now was his chance. Mouth drooling, fingers working, he leaped upon the bed, hurled his invisible form upon the boy's body, placed his lips against its mouth, tore at the slender but silver thread of ectoplasm, which still connected body and soul. But again came that wailing cry. "Daddy! Daddy, don't send me away in the dark, Daddy! Can't you hear me? Come and find your little boy!" Involuntarily, Spivens turned his head from the task before him and glanced into the surrounding darkness of his ghost realm. Well, he knew that the boy, his eyes unaccustomed to the darkness, would wander farther and farther away, now that he had broken that slender ectoplasmic thread. The ghostly glow from the earthly room faintly lit the lichened rocks. They seemed covered with snow.
"Daddy, I'm awful cold."
The voice was fainter. Cursing in all the languages he had learned in his many lives, Spivens leaped from the bed. By God, he had never tortured children. He couldn't start now. He stumbled wildly over the rocks after the little white figure, which was wandering about far down the gorge, its hands outstretched like those of a blind person. Bobby Marshall opened his eyes and stared up into those of his father. The fever had broken. The crisis was past.
"It's funny," the boy laughed weakly. "I thought I got lost. An ugly man found me and brought me home. He was cussing something awful, crying at the same time. Was he a good man, Daddy? You said only bad people swore." "He must have had some good in him anyway, if he brought you back," soothed the father, while the doctor smiled and poured some medicine into a glass. On the other side of the veil, the ghost of Barry Spivens howled with wolfish laughter. Turning from the scene of his defeat, he fled downhill into the blackest of the gorges, his passage stirring a group of phosphorescent blobs into apparent life for a moment. He had failed, and the three-legged thing said that after one failure, the barrier could not be broken. Suddenly, he stopped in amazement. The darkness of the bleak land, which had been unbroken by star or moon since his arrival, seemed lightening there across the ridges, as though in a faint foreshadowing of dawn. He, by H.P. Lovecraft. I saw him on a sleepless night when I was working desperately to save my soul and my vision. My coming to New York had been a mistake, for whereas I had looked for poignant wonder and inspiration in the teeming labyrinths of ancient streets that twist endlessly from forgotten courts and squares and waterfronts to courts and squares and waterfronts equally forgotten, and in the cyclopean modern towers and pinnacles that rise blackly Babylonian under waning moons, I had found instead only a sense of horror and oppression which threatened to master, paralyze, and annihilate me. The disillusion had been gradual. Coming for the first time upon the town, I had seen it in the sunset from a bridge, majestic above its waters, its incredible peaks and pyramids rising flower-like and delicate from pools of violet mist to play with the flaming golden clouds and the first stars of evening. Then it had lighted up window by window above the shimmering tides, where lanterns nodded and glided and deep horns bayed weird harmonies, and itself become a starry firmament of dream, redolent of fairy music, and one with the marbles of Carcassonne, and Samarkand, and El Dorado, and all glorious and half-fabulous cities. Shortly afterward, I was taken through those antique ways so dear to my fancy, narrow, curving alleys and passages where rows of red Georgian brick blinked with small-paned dormers above pillared doorways that had looked on gilded sedans and panelled coaches, and in the first flush of realization of these long-wished things I thought I had indeed achieved such treasures as would make me in time a poet. But success and happiness were not to be. Garish daylight showed only squalor and alienage, and the noxious elephantiasis of climbing, spreading stone where the moon had hinted of loveliness and elder magic, and the throngs of people that seethed through the flume-like streets were squat, swarthy strangers with ardent faces and narrow eyes, shrewd strangers without dreams and without kinship to the scenes about them,
who could never mean aught to a blue-eyed man of the old folk, with a love of fair green lanes and white New England village steeples in his heart. So, instead of the poems I had hoped for, there came only a shuddering blankness and ineffable loneliness, and I saw at last a fearful truth which no one had ever dared to breathe before, the unwhisperable secret of secrets, the fact that this city of stone and strider is not a sentient perpetuation of old New York as London is of old London and Paris of old Paris, but that it is in fact quite dead, its sprawling body imperfectly embalmed and infested with queer animate things which have nothing to do with it as it was in life. Upon making this discovery, I ceased to sleep comfortably, though something of resigned tranquillity came back as I gradually formed the habit of keeping off the streets by day and venturing abroad only at night, when darkness calls forth what little of the past still hovers wraith-like about, and old white doorways remember the stalwart forms that once passed through them. With this mode of relief I even wrote a few poems, and still refrained from going home to my people, lest I seemed to crawl back ignobly in defeat. Then, on a sleepless night's walk, I met the man. It was in a grotesque hidden courtyard of the Greenwich section, for there in my ignorance I had settled, having heard of the place as the natural home of poets and artists. The archaic lanes and houses and unexpected bits of square and court had indeed delighted me, and when I found the poets and artists to be loud-voiced pretenders whose quaintness is tinsel and whose lives are a denial of all that pure beauty which is poetry and art, I stayed on for love of these venerable things. I fancied them as they were in their prime, when Greenwich was a placid village not yet engulfed by the town, and in the hours before dawn, when all the revellers had slunk away, I used to wander alone among their cryptical windings and brood upon the curious arcana which generations must have deposited there. This kept my soul alive, and gave me a few of those dreams and visions for which the poet far within me cried out. The man came upon me at about 2 one cloudy August morning, as I was threading a series of detached courtyards, now accessible only through the unlighted hallways of intervening buildings, but once forming parts of a continuous network of picturesque alleys. I had heard of them by vague rumor, and realized that they could not be upon any map of today, but the fact that they were forgotten only endeared them to me, so that I had sought them with twice my usual eagerness. Now that I had found them, my eagerness was again redoubled, for something in their arrangement dimly hinted that they might be only a few of many such, with dark, dumb counterparts wedged obscurely betwixt high blank walls and deserted rear tenements, or lurking lamplessly behind archways, unbetrayed by hordes of the foreign-speaking, or guarded by furtive and uncommunicative artists, whose practices do not invite publicity or the light of day. He spoke to me without invitation, noting my mood and glances as I studied certain knockered doorways above iron-railed steps, the pallid glow of traceried transoms feebly lighting my face. His own face was in shadow, and he wore a wide-brimmed hat which somehow blended perfectly with the out-of-date cloak he affected. But I was subtly disquieted, even before he addressed me. His form was very slight, thin almost to cadaverousness, and his voice proved phenomenally soft and hollow, though not particularly deep. He had, he said, noticed me several times at my wanderings, and inferred that I resembled him in loving the vestiges of former years. Would I not like the guidance of one long practised in these explorations, and possessed of local information profoundly deeper than any which an obvious newcomer could possibly have gained? As he spoke, I caught a glimpse of his face in the yellow beam from a solitary attic window. It was a noble, even a handsome, elderly countenance, and bore the marks of a lineage and refinement unusual for the age and place. Yet Some quality about it disturbed me almost as much as its features pleased me. Perhaps it was too white, or too expressionless, or too much out of keeping with the locality to make me feel easy or comfortable. Nevertheless, I followed him, for in those dreary days my quest for antique beauty and mystery was all that I had to keep my soul alive, and I reckoned it a rare favour of fate to fall in with one whose kindred seeking seemed to have penetrated so much farther than mine. Something in the night constrained the cloaked man to silence, and for a long hour he led me forward without needless words, making only the briefest of comments concerning ancient names and dates and changes, and directing my progress very largely by gestures, as we squeezed through interstices, tiptoed through corridors, clambered over brick walls, and once crawled on hands and knees through a low, arched passage of stone, whose immense length and tortuous twistings effaced at last every hint of geographical location I had managed to preserve. The things we saw were very old and marvelous, or at least they seemed so in the few straggling rays of light by which I viewed them, and I shall never forget the tottering Ionic columns and fluted pilasters and urn-headed iron fence posts and flaring linteled windows and decorative fanlights that appeared to grow quainter and stranger the deeper we advanced into this inexhaustible maze of unknown antiquity. We met no person, and as time passed, the lighted windows became fewer and fewer. The street lights we first encountered had been of oil, and of the ancient lozenge pattern. Later I noticed some with candles, and at last, after traversing a horrible unlighted court where my guide had to lead with his gloved hand through total blackness to a narrow wooden gate in a high wall, we came upon a fragment of alley lit only by lanterns in front of every seventh house, unbelievably colonial tin lanterns with conical tops and holes punched in the sides. This alley led steeply uphill, more steeply than I thought possible in this part of New York, and the upper end was blocked squarely by the ivy-clad wall of a private estate, beyond which I could see a pale cupola and the tops of trees waving against a vague lightness in the sky. In this wall was a small, low-arched gate of nail-studded black oak, which the man proceeded to unlock with a ponderous key. Leading me within, he steered a course in utter blackness over what seemed to be a gravel path, and finally up a flight of stone steps to the door of the house, which he unlocked and opened for me. We entered, and as we did so, I grew faint from a reek of infinite mustiness which welled out to meet us, and which must have been the fruit of unwholesome centuries of decay. My host appeared not to notice this, and in courtesy I kept silent as he piloted me up a curving stairway, across a hall, and into a room whose door I heard him lock behind us. Then I saw him pull the curtains of the 3 small-paned windows that barely showed themselves against the lightening sky, after which he crossed to the mantel, struck flint and steel, lighted 2 candles of a candelabrum of 12 sconces, and made a gesture enjoining soft-toned speech. In this feeble radiance I saw that we were in a spacious, well-furnished and panelled library dating from the first quarter of the 18th century, with splendid doorway pediments, a delightful Doric cornice, and a magnificently carved overmantel with scroll and urn top. Above the crowded bookshelves at intervals along the walls were well-wrought family portraits, all tarnished to an enigmatical dimness, and bearing an unmistakable likeness to the man who now motioned me to a chair beside the graceful Chippendale table. Before seating himself across the table from me, my host paused for a moment, as if in embarrassment, then tardily removing his gloves, wide-brimmed hat, and cloak, stood theatrically, revealed in full mid-Georgian costume from queued hair and neck ruffles to knee breeches, silk hose, and the buckled shoes I had not previously noticed. Now, slowly sinking into a lie-back chair, he commenced to eye me intently. Without his hat, he took on an aspect of extreme age which was scarcely visible before, and I wondered if this unperceived mark of singular longevity were not one of the sources of my original disquiet. When he spoke at length, his soft, hollow, and carefully muffled voice not infrequently quavered, and now and then I had great difficulty in following him, as I listened with a thrill of amazement and half-disavowed alarm, which grew each instant. "You behold, sir," my host began, "a man of very eccentrical habits, for whose costume no apology need be offered to one with your wit and inclinations. Reflecting upon better times, I have not scrupled to ascertain their ways and adopt their dress and manners, an indulgence which offends none if practised without ostentation. It hath been my good fortune to retain the rural seat of my ancestors, swallowed though it was by two towns, first Greenwich, which built up hither after 1800, then New York, which joined on near 1830. There were many reasons for the close keeping of this place in my family, and I have not been remiss in discharging such obligations. The squire who succeeded to it in 1768 studied certain arts and made certain discoveries, all connected with influences residing in this particular plot of ground, and eminently deserving of the strongest guarding. Some curious effects of these arts and discoveries I now purpose to show you, under the strictest secrecy, and I believe I may rely on my judgment of men enough to have no distrust of either your interest or your fidelity." He paused, but I could only nod my head. I have said that I was alarmed, yet to my soul nothing was more deadly than the material daylight world of New York, and whether this man were a harmless eccentric or a wielder of dangerous arts, I had no choice save to follow him and slake my sense of wonder on whatever he might have to offer. So I listened. "To my ancestor," he softly continued, "there appeared to reside some very remarkable qualities in the will of mankind, qualities having a little suspected dominance not only over the acts of oneself and of others, but over every variety of force and substance in nature, and over many elements and dimensions deemed more universal than nature herself. May I say that he flouted the sanctity of things as great as space and time, and that he put to strange uses the rights of certain half-breed Red Indians once encamped upon this hill? These Indians showed choler when the place was built, and were plaguey pestilent in asking to visit the grounds at the full of the moon. For years they stole over the wall each month when they could, and by stealth performed certain acts. Then, in 68, the new squire catched them at their doings and stood still at what he saw. Thereafter, he bargained with them and exchanged the free access of his grounds for the exact inwardness of what they did, learning that their grandfathers got part of their custom from red ancestors and part from an old Dutchman in the time of the States General. And pox on him, I'm afeard the squire must have served them monstrous bad rum, whether or not by intent. For a week after he learnt the secret, he was the only man living that knew it. You, sir, are the first outsider to be told there is a secret, and split me if I'd have risked tampering that much with the powers, had you not been so hot after bygone things." I shuddered as the man grew colloquial, and with familiar speech of another day, he went on. "But you must know, sir, that what the squire got from those mongrel salvages was but a small part of the learning he came to have. He had not been at Oxford for nothing, nor talked to no account with an ancient chemist and astrologer in Paris. He was, in fine, made sensible that all the world is but the smoke of our intellects, past the bidding of the vulgar, but by the wise to be puffed out and drawn in like any cloud of prime Virginia tobacco. What we want, we may make about us, and what we don't want, we may sweep away. I won't say that all this is wholly true in body, but is sufficient true to furnish a very pretty spectacle now and then. You, I conceive, would be tickled by a better sight of certain other years than your fancy affords you. So be pleased to hold back any fright at what I design to show. Come to the window, and be quiet." My host now took my hand to draw me to one of the 2 windows on the long side of the malodorous room, and at the first touch of his ungloved fingers I turned cold. His flesh, though dry and firm, was of the quality of ice, and I almost shrank away from his pulling. But again I thought of the emptiness and horror of reality, and boldly prepared to follow whithersoever I might be led. Once at the window, the man drew apart the yellow silk curtains and directed my stare into the blackness outside. For a moment I saw nothing save a myriad of tiny dancing lights far, far before me. Then, as if in response to an insidious motion of my host's hand, a flash of heat lightning played over the scene, and I looked out upon a sea of luxuriant foliage unpolluted, and not the sea of roofs to be expected by any normal mind. On my right the Hudson glittered wickedly, and in the distance ahead I saw the unhealthy shimmer of a vast salt marsh constellated with nervous fireflies. The flash died, and an evil smile illumined the waxy face of the aged necromancer. "That was before my time, before the new squire's time. Pray let us try again." I was faint, even fainter than the hateful modernity of that accursed city had made me. "Good God," I whispered, "can you do that for any time?" And as he nodded, and bared the black stumps of what had once been yellow fangs, I clutched at the curtains to prevent myself from falling. But he steadied me with that terrible ice-cold claw, and once more made his insidious gesture. Again the lightning flashed, but this time upon a scene not wholly strange. It was Greenwich, the Greenwich that used to be, with here and there a roof or row of houses as we see it now, yet with lovely green lanes and fields and bits of grassy common. The marsh still glittered beyond, but in the farther distance I saw the steeples of what was then all of New York, Trinity and St. Paul's and the brick church dominating their sisters, and a faint haze of wood smoke hovering over the whole. I breathed hard, but not so much from the sight itself as from the possibilities my imagination terrifiedly conjured up. Dare you go far?" I spoke with awe, and I think he shared it for a second, but the evil grin returned. "Far? What I have seen would blast you to a mad statue of stone. Back, back, forward, forward, look, ye puling lack-wit." And as he snarled the phrase under his breath, he gestured anew, bringing to the sky a flash more blinding than either which had come before. For full 3 seconds I could glimpse that pandemoniac sight, and in those seconds I saw a vista which will ever afterward torment me in dreams. I saw the heavens, verminous with strange flying things, and beneath them a hellish black city of giant stone terraces with impious pyramids flung savagely to the moon, and devil lights burning from unnumbered windows, and swarming loathsomely on aerial galleries I saw the yellow, squint-eyed people of that city, robed horribly in orange and red, and dancing insanely to the pounding of fevered kettle drums, the clatter of obscene crotala, and the maniacal moaning of muted horns whose ceaseless dirges rose and fell undulantly, like the waves of an unhallowed ocean of bitumen. I saw this vista, I say, and heard as with the mind's ear the blasphemous Dom Daniel of cacophony which companioned it. It was the shrieking fulfillment of all the horror which that corpse city had ever stirred in my soul, and forgetting every injunction to silence, I screamed and screamed and screamed, as my nerves gave way and the walls quivered about me. Then, as the flash subsided, I saw that my host was trembling too, a look of shocking fear half blotting from his face the serpent distortion of rage which my screams had excited. He tottered, clutched at the curtains as I had done before, and wriggled his head wildly, like a hunted animal. God knows he had cause, for as the echoes of my screaming died away, there came another sound, so hellishly suggestive that only numbed emotion kept me sane and conscious. It was the steady, stealthy creaking of the stairs beyond the locked door, as with the ascent of a barefoot or skin-shod horde, and at last the cautious, purposeful rattling of the brass latch that glowed in the feeble candlelight. The old man clawed and spat at me through the mouldy air, and barked things in his throat as he swayed with the yellow curtain he clutched. "The full moon! Damn you, you yelping dog! You called 'em, and they've come for me. Moccasins feet, dead men. God sink ye, you red devils! But I poisoned no rum of yours. Hadn't I kept your pox-rotted magic safe? You swilled yourself sick, curse ye, and you must needs blame the squire. Let go, you! Unhand that latch, I've naught for you here." At this point, 3 slow and very deliberate raps shook the panels of the door, and a white foam gathered at the mouth of the frantic magician. His fright, turning to steely despair, left room for a resurgence of his rage against me, and he staggered a step toward the table on whose edge I was steadying myself. The curtains, still clutched in his right hand as his left clawed out at me, grew taut and finally crashed down from their lofty fastenings, admitting to the room a flood of that full moonlight which the brightening of the sky had presaged. In those greenish beams the candles paled, and a new semblance of decay spread over the musk-reeking room with its wormy panelling, sagging floor, battered mantel, rickety furniture, and ragged draperies. It spread over the old man, too, whether from the same source or because of his fear and vehemence, and I saw him shrivel and blacken as he lurched near and strove to rend me with vulturine talons. Only his eyes stayed whole, and they glared with a propulsive, dilated incandescence which grew as the face around them charred and dwindled. The rapping was now repeated with greater insistence, and this time bore a hint of metal. The black thing facing me had become only a head with eyes, impotently trying to wriggle across the sinking floor in my direction, and occasionally emitting feeble little spits of immortal malice. Now, swift and splintering blows assailed the sickly panels, and I saw the gleam of a tomahawk as it cleft the rending wood. I did not move, for I could not, but watched dazedly as the door fell in pieces to admit a colossal, shapeless influx of inky substance starred with shining, malevolent eyes. It poured thickly, like a flood of oil bursting a rotten bulkhead, overturned a chair as it spread, and finally flowed under the table and across the room to where the blackened head with the eyes still glared at me. Around that head it closed, totally swallowing it up, and in another moment it had begun to recede, bearing away its invisible burden without touching me, and flowing again out of that black doorway and down the unseen stairs, which creaked as before, though in reverse order. Then the floor gave way at last, and I slid gaspingly down into the nighted chamber below, choking with cobwebs and half swooning with terror. The green moon, shining through broken windows, showed me the hall door half open, and as I rose from the plaster-strewn floor and twisted myself free from the sagged ceilings, I saw sweep past it an awful torrent of blackness, with scores of baleful eyes glowing in it. It was seeking the door to the cellar, and when it found it, it vanished therein. I now felt the floor of this lower room giving as that of the upper chamber had done, and once a crashing above had been followed by the fall past the west window of something which must have been the cupola. Now, liberated for the instant from the wreckage, I rushed through the hall to the front door, and finding myself unable to open it, seized a chair and broke a window, climbing frenziedly out upon the unkempt lawn, where moonlight danced over yard-high grass and weeds. The wall was high, and all the gates were locked, but moving a pile of boxes in a corner, I managed to gain the top and cling to the great stone urn set there. About me in my exhaustion I could see only strange walls and windows and old gambrel roofs. The steep street of my approach was nowhere visible, and the little I did see succumbed rapidly to a mist that rolled in from the river despite the glaring moonlight. Suddenly, the urn to which I clung began to tremble, as if sharing my own lethal dizziness, and in another instant my body was plunging downward to I knew not what fate. The man who found me said that I must have crawled a long way despite my broken bones, for a trail of blood stretched off as far as he dared look. The gathering rain soon effaced this link with the scene of my ordeal, and reports could state no more than that I had appeared from a place unknown at the entrance of a little black court off Perry Street. I never sought to return to those tenebrous labyrinths, nor would I direct any sane man thither if I could. Of who or what that ancient creature was, I have no idea, but I repeat that the city is dead and full of unsuspected horrors. Whither he has gone, I do not know, but I've gone home to the pure New England lanes, up which fragrant sea winds sweep at evening. The Tomb by H.P. Lovecraft. In relating the circumstances which have led to my confinement within this refuge for the demented, I am aware that my present position will create a natural doubt of the authenticity of my narrative. It is an unfortunate fact that the bulk of humanity is too limited in its mental vision to weigh with patience and intelligence those isolated phenomena, seen and felt only by a psychologically sensitive few, which lie outside its common experience. Men of broader intellect know that there is no sharp distinction betwixt the real and the unreal, that all things appear as they do only by virtue of the delicate individual physical and mental media through which we are made conscious of them. But the prosaic materialism of the majority condemns as madness the flashes of supersight which penetrate the common veil of obvious empiricism. My name is Jarvis Dudley, and from earliest childhood I have been a dreamer and a visionary. Wealthy beyond the necessity of a commercial life, and temperamentally unfitted for the formal studies and social recreations of my acquaintances, I have dwelt ever in realms apart from the visible world, spending my youth and adolescence in ancient and little-known books, and in roaming the fields and groves of the region near my ancestral home. I do not think that what I read in these books or saw in these fields and groves was exactly what other boys read and saw there, but of this I must say little, since detailed speech would but confirm those cruel slanders upon my intellect which I sometimes overhear from the whispers of the stealthy attendants around me. It is sufficient for me to relate events without analyzing causes. I have said that I dwelt apart from the visible world, but I have not said that I dwelt alone. This no human creature may do, for lacking the fellowship of the living, he inevitably draws upon the companionship of things that are not or are no longer living. Close by my home there lies a singular wooded hollow, in whose twilight deeps I spent most of my time, reading, thinking, and dreaming. Down its moss-covered slopes my first steps of infancy were taken, and around its grotesquely gnarled oak trees my first fancies of boyhood were woven. Well did I come to know the presiding dryads of those trees, and often have I watched their wild dances and the struggling beams of a waning moon. But of these things I must not now speak. I will tell only of the lone tomb in the darkest of the hillside thickets, the deserted tomb of the Hydes, an old and exalted family whose last direct descendant had been laid within its black recesses many decades before my birth. The vault to which I refer is of ancient granite, weathered and discolored by the mists and dampness of generations. Excavated back into the hillside, the structure is visible only at the entrance. The door, a ponderous and forbidding slab of stone, hangs upon rusted iron hinges, and is fastened ajar in a queerly sinister way by means of heavy iron chains and padlocks, according to a gruesome fashion of half a century ago. The abode of the race whose scions are here inured had once crowned the declivity which holds the tomb, but had long since fallen victim to the flames which sprang up from a disastrous stroke of lightning. Of the midnight storm which destroyed this gloomy mansion, the older inhabitants of the region sometimes speak in hushed and uneasy voices, alluding to what they call divine wrath in a manner that in later years vaguely increased the always strong fascination which I felt for the forest-darkened sepulchre. One man only had perished in the fire. When the last of the Hydes was buried in this place of shade and stillness, the sad urn full of ashes had come from a distant land, to which the family had repaired when the mansion burned down. No one remains to lay flowers before the granite portal, and few care to brave the depressing shadows which seem to linger strangely about the water-worn stones. I shall never forget the afternoon when first I stumbled upon the half-hidden house of death. It was in midsummer, when the alchemy of nature transmutes the sylvan landscape to one vivid and almost homogeneous mass of green, when the senses are well-nigh intoxicated with the surging seas of moist verdure and the subtly indefinable odors of the soil and the vegetation. In such surroundings the mind loses its perspective. Time and space become trivial and unreal, and echoes of a forgotten prehistoric past beat insistently upon the enthralled consciousness. All day I had been wandering through the mystic groves of the hollow, thinking thoughts I need not discuss, and conversing with things I need not name. In years a child of 10, I had seen and heard many wonders unknown to the throng, and was oddly aged in certain respects. When, upon forcing my way between two savage clumps of briars, I suddenly encountered the entrance of the vault, I had no knowledge of what I had discovered. The dark blocks of granite, the door so curiously ajar, and the funereal carvings above the arch aroused in me no associations of mournful or terrible character. Of graves and tombs I knew and imagined much, but had on account of my peculiar temperament been kept from all personal contact with churchyards and cemeteries. The strange stone house on the woodland slope was to me only a source of interest and speculation, and its cold, damp interior, into which I vainly peered through the aperture so tantalizingly left, contained for me no hint of death or decay. But in that instant of curiosity was born the madly unreasoning desire which has brought me to this hell of confinement. Spurred on by a voice which must have come from the hideous soul of the forest, I resolved to enter the beckoning gloom in spite of the ponderous chains which barred my passage. In the waning light of day I alternately rattled the rusty impediments with a view to throwing wide the stone door, and essayed to squeeze my slight form through the space already provided, but neither plan met with success. At first curious, I was now frantic, and when, in the thickening twilight, I returned to my home, I had sworn to the 100 gods of the grove that at any cost I would some day force an entrance to the black, chilly depths that seemed calling out to me. The physician with the iron-grey beard who comes each day to my room once told a visitor that this decision marked the beginning of a pitiful monomania, but I will leave final judgment to my readers when they shall have learnt all. The months following my discovery were spent in futile attempts to force the complicated padlock of the slightly open vault, and in carefully guarded inquiries regarding the nature and history of the structure. With the traditionally receptive ears of the small boy, I learned much, though an habitual secretiveness caused me to tell no one of my information or my resolve. It is perhaps worth mentioning that I was not at all surprised or terrified on learning of the nature of the vault. My rather original ideas regarding life and death had caused me to associate the cold clay with the breathing body in a vague fashion, and I felt that the great and sinister family of the burned-down mansion was in some way represented within the stone space I sought to explore. Mumbled tales of the weird rites and godless revels of bygone years in the ancient hall gave to me a new and potent interest in the tomb, before whose door I would sit for hours at a time each day. Once I thrust a candle within the nearly closed entrance, but could see nothing save a flight of damp stone steps leading downward. The odor of the place repelled yet bewitched me. I felt I had known it before, in a past remote beyond all recollection, beyond even my tenancy of the body I now possess. The year after I first beheld the tomb, I stumbled upon a worm-eaten translation of Plutarch's Lives in the book-filled attic of my home. Reading the life of Theseus, I was much impressed by that passage telling of the great stone beneath which the boyish hero was to find his tokens of destiny whenever he should become old enough to lift its enormous weight. This legend had the effect of dispelling my keenest impatience to enter the vault, for it made me feel that the time was not yet ripe. Later, I told myself, I should grow to a strength and ingenuity which might enable me to unfasten the heavily chained door with ease, but until then I would do better by conforming to what seemed the will of fate. Accordingly, my watches by the dank portal became less persistent, and much of my time was spent in other though equally strange pursuits. I would sometimes rise very quietly in the night, stealing out to walk in those churchyards and places of burial from which I had been kept by my parents. What I did there I may not say, for I am not now sure of the reality of certain things, but I know that on the day after such a nocturnal ramble I would often astonish those about me with my knowledge of topics almost forgotten for many generations. It was after a night like this that I shocked the community with a queer conceit about the burial of the rich and celebrated Squire Brewster, a maker of local history who was interred in 1711, and whose slate headstone, bearing a graven skull and crossbones, was slowly crumbling to powder. In a moment of childish imagination, I vowed not only that the undertaker, Goodman Simpson, had stolen the silver-buckled shoes, silken hose, and satin small clothes of the deceased before burial, but that the squire himself, not fully inanimate, had turned twice in his mound-covered coffin on the day after interment. But the idea of entering the tomb never left my thoughts, being indeed stimulated by the unexpected genealogical discovery that my own maternal ancestry possessed at least a slight link with the supposedly extinct family of the Hydes. Last of my paternal race, I was likewise the last of this older and more mysterious line. I began to feel that the tomb was mine, and to look forward with hot eagerness to the time when I might pass within that stone door and down those slimy stone steps in the dark. I now formed the habit of listening very intently at the slightly open portal, choosing my favorite hours of midnight stillness for the odd vigil. By the time I came of age, I had made a small clearing in the thicket before the mold-stained facade of the hillside, allowing the surrounding vegetation to encircle and overhang the space, like the walls and roof of a sylvan bower. This bower was my temple, the fastened door my shrine, and here I would lie outstretched on the mossy ground, thinking strange thoughts and dreaming strange dreams. The night of the first revelation was a sultry one. I must have fallen asleep from fatigue, for it was with a distinct sense of awakening that I heard the voices. Of those tones and accents I hesitate to speak. Of their quality I will not speak, but I may say that they presented certain uncanny differences in vocabulary, pronunciation, and mode of utterance. Every shade of New England dialect, from the uncouth syllables of the Puritan colonists to the precise rhetoric of 50 years ago, seemed represented in that shadowy colloquy, though it was only later that I noticed the fact. At the time, indeed, my attention was distracted from this matter by another phenomenon, a phenomenon so fleeting that I could not take oath upon its reality. I barely fancied that as I awoke, a light had been hurriedly extinguished within the sunken sepulchre. I do not think I was either astounded or panic-stricken, but I know that I was greatly and permanently changed that night. Upon returning home, I went with much directness to a rotting chest in the attic, wherein I found the key, which next day unlocked with ease the barrier I had so long stormed in vain. It was in the soft glow of late afternoon that I first entered the vault on the abandoned slope. A spell was upon me, and my heart leaped with an exultation I can but ill describe. As I closed the door behind me, and descended the dripping steps by the light of my lone candle, I seemed to know the way, and though the candle sputtered with the stifling reek of the place, I felt singularly at home in the musty charnel house air. Looking about me, I beheld many marble slabs bearing coffins, or the remains of coffins. Some of these were sealed and intact, but others had nearly vanished, leaving their silver handles and plates isolated amidst certain curious heaps of whitish dust. Upon one plate I read the name of Sir Geoffrey Hyde, who had come from Sussex in 1640, and died here a few years later. In a conspicuous alcove was one fairly well-preserved and untenanted casket, adorned with a single name which brought to me both a smile and a shudder. An odd impulse caused me to climb upon the broad slab, extinguish my candle, and lie down within the vacant box. In the grey light of dawn I staggered from the vault and locked the chain of the door behind me. I was no longer a young man, though but 21 winters had chilled my bodily frame. Early rising villagers who observed my homeward progress looked at me strangely, and marvelled at the signs of ribald revelry which they saw in one whose life was known to be sober and solitary. I did not appear before my parents till after a long and refreshing sleep. Henceforward I haunted the tomb each night, seeing, hearing, and doing things I must never reveal. My speech, always susceptible to environmental influences, was the first thing to succumb to the change, and my suddenly acquired archaism of diction was soon remarked upon. Later, a queer boldness and recklessness came into my demeanour, till I unconsciously grew to possess the bearing of a man of the world, despite my lifelong seclusion. My formerly silent tongue waxed voluble with the easy grace of a Chesterfield or the godless cynicism of a Rochester. I displayed a peculiar erudition utterly unlike the fantastic, monkish lore over which I had pored in youth, and covered the fly-leaves of my books with facile impromptu epigrams which brought up suggestions of Gay, Prior, and the sprightliest of the Augustan wits and rhymesters. One morning at breakfast I came close to disaster by declaiming in palpably liquorish accents and a fusion of 18th-century bacchanalian mirth a bit of Georgian playfulness never recorded in a book, which ran something like this. Come hither, my lads, with your tankards of ale, and drink to the present before it shall fail. Pile each on your platter a mountain of beef, for 'tis eating and drinking that bring us relief. So fill up your glass, for life will soon pass. When you're dead, you'll ne'er drink to your king or your lass. Anacreon had a red nose, so they say, but what's a red nose if you're happy and gay? Gad split me, I'd rather be red whilst I'm here, than white as a lily and dead half a year. So Betty, my miss, come give me a kiss. In hell there's no innkeeper's daughter like this. Young Harry, propped up just as straight as he's able, will soon lose his wig and slip under the table. But fill up your goblets and pass 'em around. Better under the table than under the ground. So revel and chaff as ye thirstily quaff. Under 6 feet of dirt 'tis less easy to laugh. The fiends strike me blue, I'm scarce able to walk, and damn me if I can stand upright or talk. Here, landlord, bid Betty to summon a chair. I'll try home for a while, for my wife is not there. So lend me a hand, I'm not able to stand, but I'm gay whilst I linger on top of the land. About this time I conceived my present fear of fire and thunderstorms. Previously indifferent to such things, I had now an unspeakable horror of them, and would retire to the innermost recesses of the house whenever the heavens threatened an electrical display. A favourite haunt of mine during the day was the ruined cellar of the mansion that had burned down, and in fancy I would picture the structure as it had been in its prime. On one occasion I startled a villager by leading him confidently to a shallow sub-cellar, of whose existence I seemed to know in spite of the fact that it had been unseen and forgotten for many generations. At last came that which I had long feared. My parents, alarmed at the altered manner and appearance of their only son, commenced to exert over my movements a kindly espionage, which threatened to result in disaster. I had told no one of my visits to the tomb, having guarded my secret purpose with religious zeal since childhood, but now I was forced to exercise care in threading the mazes of the wooded hollow, that I might throw off a possible pursuer. My key to the vault I kept suspended from a cord about my neck, its presence known only to me. I never carried out of the sepulchre any of the things I came upon, whilst within its walls. One morning, as I emerged from the damp tomb and fastened the chain of the portal with none too steady hand, I beheld in an adjacent thicket the dreaded face of a watcher. Surely the end was near, for my bower was discovered, and the objective of my nocturnal journeys revealed. The man did not accost me, so I hastened home in an effort to overhear what he might report to my careworn father. Were my sojourns beyond the chained door about to be proclaimed to the world? Imagine my delighted astonishment on hearing the spy inform my parent in a cautious whisper that I had spent the night in the bower outside the tomb, my sleep-filmed eyes fixed upon the crevice where the padlock portal stood ajar. By what miracle had the watcher been thus deluded? I was now convinced that a supernatural agency protected me. Made bold by this heaven-sent circumstance, I began to resume perfect openness in going to the vault, confident that no one could witness my entrance. For a week I tasted to the full the joys of that charnel conviviality which I must not describe, when the thing happened, and I was borne away to this accursed abode of sorrow and monotony. I should not have ventured out that night, for the taint of thunder was in the clouds, and a hellish phosphorescence rose from the rank swamp at the bottom of the hollow. The call of the dead, too, was different. Instead of the hillside tomb, it was the charred cellar on the crest of the slope whose presiding demon beckoned to me with unseen fingers. As I emerged from an intervening grove upon the plain before the ruin, I beheld in the misty moonlight a thing I had always vaguely expected. The mansion, gone for a century, once more reared its stately height to the raptured vision, every window ablaze with the splendor of many candles. Up the long drive rode the coaches of the Boston gentry, whilst on foot came a numerous assemblage of powdered exquisites from the neighbouring mansions. With this throng I mingled, though I knew I belonged with the hosts rather than with the guests. Inside the hall were music, laughter, and wine on every hand. Several faces I recognized, though I should have known them better had they been shriveled or eaten away by death and decomposition. Amidst a wild and reckless throng, I was the wildest and most abandoned. Gay blasphemy poured in torrents from my lips, and in my shocking sallies I heeded no law of God, man, or nature. Suddenly, a peal of thunder, resonant even above the din of the swinish revelry, clave the very roof and laid a hush of fear upon the boisterous company. Red tongues of flame and searing gusts of heat engulfed the house, and the roisterers, struck with terror at the descent of a calamity which seemed to transcend the bounds of unguided nature, fled shrieking into the night. I alone remained, riveted to my seat by a grovelling fear which I had never felt before. And then a second horror took possession of my soul. Burnt alive to ashes, my body dispersed by the four winds, I might never lie in the tomb of the Hydes. Was not my coffin prepared for me? Had I not a right to rest till eternity amongst the descendants of Sir Geoffrey Hyde? Aye, I would claim my heritage of death, even though my soul goes seeking through the ages for another corporeal tenement to represent it on that vacant slab in the alcove of the vault. Jarvis Hyde should never share the sad fate of Palinurus. As the phantom of the burning house faded, I found myself screaming and struggling madly in the arms of two men, one of whom was the spy who had followed me to the tomb. Rain was pouring down in torrents, and upon the southern horizon were flashes of the lightning that had so lately passed over our heads. My father, his face lined with sorrow, stood by as I shouted my demands to be laid within the tomb, frequently admonishing my captors to treat me as gently as they could. A blackened circle on the floor of the ruined cellar told of a violent stroke from the heavens, and from this spot a group of curious villagers with lanterns were prying a small box of antique workmanship, which the thunderbolt had brought to light. Ceasing my futile and now objectless writhing, I watched the spectators as they viewed the treasure trove, and was permitted to share in their discoveries. The box, whose fastenings were broken by the stroke which had unearthed it, contained many papers and objects of value, but I had eyes for one thing alone. It was the porcelain miniature of a young man in a smartly curled bagwig, and bore the initials J.H. The face was such that as I gazed I might well have been studying my mirror. On the following day I was brought to this room with the barred windows, but I had been kept informed of certain things through an aged and simple-minded servitor, for whom I bore a fondness in infancy, and who, like me, loves the churchyard. What I have dared relate of my experiences within the vault has brought me only pitying smiles. My father, who visits me frequently, declares that at no time did I pass the chain portal, and swears that the rusted padlock had not been touched for 50 years when he examined it. He even says that all the village knew of my journeys to the tomb, and that I was often watched as I slept in the bower outside the grim facade, my half-open eyes fixed on the crevice that leads to the interior. Against these assertions I have no tangible proof to offer, since my key to the padlock was lost in the struggle on that night of horrors. The strange things of the past which I learnt during those nocturnal meetings with the dead he dismisses as the fruits of my lifelong and omnivorous browsing amongst the ancient volumes of the family library. Had it not been for my old servant Hiram, I should have by this time become quite convinced of my madness. But Hiram, loyal to the last, has held faith in me, and has done that which impels me to make public at least a part of my story. A week ago, he burst open the lock which chains the door of the tomb perpetually ajar, and descended with a lantern into the murky depths. On a slab in an alcove he found an old but empty coffin, whose tarnished plate bears the single word Jarvis. In that coffin and in that vault they have promised me I shall be buried.
The Good Old Ghost Story by William A.P. White. "But there ain't no such thing," said Jed Hoskins's old man forcefully. "No such thing as what?" queried the stranger with the black bag, who had just seated himself near the group. "Haunts," Jed hastened to explain. "Grandad Miller there, he says the old Lawrence home's haunted, and my dad, he says it can't be, 'cause there ain't no haunts." "Aren't there, though?" said the stranger, half to himself. "You believe there be, don't you?" asked Grandad Miller hopefully. "Yes, I do. I had a horrible experience once over in England." "England?" This from Jed, who thought it a place only geography teachers could be familiar with. "England it was. Would you like to hear about it?" "Yes," came a chorus of assent, even from Old Man Hoskins. "All right." And so he began. "It must have been about 2 years ago that Lord Phantom Heath invited me to spend the weekend at Phantom Heath Fields, his ancestral domicile. I accepted with pleasure, and promptly forgot all about it. I was to have left London on the... Well, I don't exactly remember the train, but it was somewhere about noon on Friday. I didn't remember my engagement until about 6 Friday evening. Then I hurried down, lo mas prono possible." "Lo mas?" asked Grandad Miller, the only Catholic in Higginsville. "Lo mas prono possible. It's a Spanish phrase meaning as quickly as possible." "Oh." "Percy, that is Lord Phantom Heath." A gasp of surprise went round. A man who could call a lord by his first name was awfully angry at my being late. "Harry," he said, "if we weren't such good friends, I'd cut you altogether." "Well, Perce," said I, "as long as you don't cut me all apart, it's all right." "But that's just what might happen," he explained. "If you stay, you will have to sleep in the chilling chamber, otherwise known as the Bloody Bedroom. It was there that my revered ancestor, Lord Felix of Phantom Heath, committed suicide by slitting his throat with a razor. Since then, every guest that has slept in the beastly boudoir has been found next morning with his throat cut." A shiver ran around the little circle, even though the fire was blazing gaily away. "Did you sleep there?" asked Bob Hill. "Of course. Would I be afraid of the ghost of a long-dead Englishman? Never. So Percy, at barracks, the butler, showed me upstairs to the horrible haunt of the suicidal spirit. Feeling marvelous, I began to dress for dinner. Now, if it hadn't been for Percy's sister, Alicia, it might never have happened. But I was hopeful of persuading her someday to marry me. She was pretty, rich, and of one of England's best families. Can you blame me? I'd already shaved once that day, but the thought of Alicia inspired me to shave twice in one day for the first time in 5 years. I had lathered my face and was all set to begin. Then I saw in the mirror a horrible form at the other end of the room. It was absolutely and indescribably horrible. It was one of those things that are unmentionable, that should not be. It had a slight semblance of human form, but it was horribly distorted. It was unholy, sacrilegious. It is not healthful for a man to see such things. Slowly it advanced on me. I was helpless, spellbound, standing there motionless with a razor in my hand. An arm appeared from nowhere on the shape, seemingly projected like the pseudopod of a protozoan. "Like the witch of a what?" asked Jed. "Never mind. Anyway, an arm appeared. The thing was now standing directly behind me.
Slowly it reached out and seized my hand. I could not move. Still more slowly it drew my own razor in my own hand across my throat.
But you're not dead, Bob Hill objected. How come?
Wait a moment and you'll see. I came to in Alicia's arms. She was supporting me, while Barracks poured brandy down my throat to revive me. My hero, cried Alicia. You freed the family of its curse. It has been foretold that if anyone survived the gruesome ghost's attack, he, I mean the ghost of course, would never be able to appear again. Alicia, I said, I claim but one reward. Will you marry me? And Barracks discreetly turned his head, and so we lived happily ever after.
But I don't see, Hill reiterated. How come it didn't kill you?
Very, very simple.
But how?
I was using a safety razor. Now, gentlemen, he went on, opening the black bag, I have here a very fine assortment of Burham triplex safety razors at very reasonable prices.
If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time,